It really is my bank.
Are you good enough to be his wife? Can he break me? Can he break you? Oh, I don't know what I'm to do. Yes, I don't know what I'll fucking do. I've seen our cafe, I've clocked our plans. Oh, what could have been? You didn't go and fall in love and ruin everything.
Hi! Oh, this is gonna be painful. Hello, welcome. I look way too goddamn different for my own appearance. But hi, hello, how are we? Today, time to say rip to my fucking bank. Cause I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty sure I got zero pity. Yeah. Well, let's see. I have 11 pity. This is gonna hurt like motherfucker. Nice. I just want to do one pull to get that down to just solid 30. So it's 12. I mean, I've been wanting her, so that's nice. Oh. $30. I'll take a Bennett. Give me Bennett, please. Fuck. I don't use her. Please. Fuck me. At least. Please, please. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm not this lucky. I don't get early pity. I also lose 50/50s too fucking easily. Mona, get the fuck out of here. God damn it. Bennett, my boy. Fuck. But I got Bennett, who I wanted. Holy shit. I'm gonna have to spend more money. Damn. I've already gotten all the 4 stars and I lost my 50/50. Fuck my life. This is gonna be enjoyable as hell. Fuck it. It wasn't even a character, it was a fucking bow. My god, hold up. Change. I wasn't even keeping count, but we're like at 40 something. That is like the most I've done like 10 pulls in a while. Jesus Christ, this feels so awkward without music in the back. Actually, no, I have to... Actually, no music. Why? Because bitch will get in trouble with the copyright. I probably should... Also, one of my cards might get killed because I bought a hotel and I'm not staying at that hotel. Haha, fuck me. Fuck you. I would have taken anyone else. Actually, not bad. I don't give a damn. Again, I don't use her. But I've been wanting her. Because I think she's pretty. There you go. You can have that bow until I give you a better one. I'll switch all their weapons just so I don't have to do it. Holy shit. Oh, that's literally the Traveler's Sword. Huh. Neat. Shut up, phone. But also...
You want me on your team?
Alright. I hit my mic like a dumbass. You guys don't get to see my card information. Oh, shit. Give me 1 second. There we go. I fixed it. Ah! Genshin, you're killing me here. Sorry, Bank. Thank you. I'm trying not to say my card number out loud. That would be terrible. I'm just gonna talk so that my brain can do other things. Yeah, whoa, fuck. Listen. My bank account is going to fucking despise me. But I will make it up. You're just gonna hear the sound. And you're not gonna know which one. Actually, fucking yeah, you will know which one I got. Again, I don't know if this is gonna make like the biggest goddamn thing, but it will work. Character outfits, no. No, fuck. There we go. 24, not that bad. Ah, fuck. Hello! Hi! What do you want? My cat is here. My cat has come to say hello. Hello. Are you gonna give me luck? No. I'll take it, I'll take it. What do you want, Shib? Damn it. Is this about to be a Toma situation with her? This motherfucker just not gonna want to leave me? I don't care. Oh, fuck. Please be a Bennett. The complete opposite. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Come on. Fuck me. You know what? At least she's fucking pretty. Do I have enough to ascend her? Of course I do. Because why would I not? This game really said it's literally gonna be a Toma situation all over again. I'm literally going to almost get a C6 on someone. It's gonna have... I fucking snapped to that. Now the question is, am I willing to spend $600? Or $100, not $600. Maybe. I will have to check. Fuck it. Am I willing to? Am I willing to? Am I willing to? Am I willing to? Yes. Welcome back to me being a simp and a whale. Haha. It's fine. Because I'm also pretty sure this card is about to get cancelled. No, it's not. No, it's my other one. Who's on the phone? I hear someone talking on the phone. I got so scared and switched the screen for a second. My heart actually dropped. I hate how it doesn't switch. Alright. It really is a rip the bank. I didn't do the thing. Fuck. I can do 80. Jesus Christ, I can do 80. God, is this how Zach feels? Do I want to do all of them? I'm gonna do half. Come on. Fuck my ever-impending life. It's literally gonna be a Toma all over again. Come on. Please. Flip the switch. Please, for the love of God. Fuck. I don't give a shit. Please. Please. Just give me the wife. Please. I'll take a Bennett. It's literally a fucking Toma situation. It's literally a fucking Toma situation. Come on, please. That is... Please, please, please. She's here. She's here. She's here. Please. Please. I skipped through it. I don't even know what pity that was. But she's here. We got the one person that's been kicking my ass. Woo! Now let's spend the rest. It's been 18 minutes. It has been 18 minutes. It has been 18 minutes. Please be a Bennett. Fuck off with the weapons. It's a Bennett. I'm pretty sure she's almost a 5-star. Or she still has a C6 constellation. It's straight up as a Bennett situation all over again. Or not a Bennett, it's a Toma situation all over again. Alright, this is about 20 for her. Whoops. I literally clicked out of the game. Hold up, I forgot about something. forgot about their test runs. They give you 20, so I'll take the primos. Celebrating silently, of course. Of course, of course, of course. My dad's here, and I don't think they would appreciate me spending a lot of money on this. That was by accident.
Illusion shattered.
Give me the titty sword. Thank you.
There is no escape. Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
That actually hurt my eyes.
There is no escape. Shine down.
What the fuck is on her? I hate this game. You grind. No, I'm not typing a document. Wow, you grind like a Shogun Master. I'm mad because they won't let me look at her artifact. Holy shit, though. Fuck. Again, she's hot. Talents. As expected. As expected. Fuck me, okay. I feel so bad for this man. He's really about to get replaced. Is she literally about to be... She's my first C6 character. I just want to preface this. But... No, you don't deserve that pole arm. I need more pole arms. I fucking hate how this one is literally just against slimes. I want to use her. Alright. And then there's one more test run claim. I'm gonna be in here a shit ton. Try. Listen, I would rather... Kokomi! Again, she's a mermaid. She's pretty. I think she's neat. And she's a catalyst user. Oh, what? Goddamn. I didn't look at what her stats were. I can do that in a little bit. Again, I don't use her. So I don't... I will use the hell out of Bennett.
Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
Good. I need to level him up, but yeah, I have enough first ascension materials. I have an I have enough XP. I don't have her ascension materials, which that's gonna be a fun thing to do. What are her? Yeah, I was like, I have enough for her materials. I think airships Bennett. I don't. No, listen. He's just a very unlucky person.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Also, he's voiced by Christina, and I love Christine. If I get this right. Yep. Alright. Back to, I want to know. How much was that? That was with an early. So, I have lost 3 50-50s in a row. Fuck me. Please. Please. There has to be someone watching over my ass. Please. 21, so 4. Fuck. I have bought all of these. No, I haven't bought this one. My cat is here. I was about to be like, is it gonna be Bennett? Okay. Please, please. Damn. I was about to be like, the game's not gonna like me this much. Listen. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, cause this is back on the, I don't use Claymore characters. I clicked on the wrong one. There is an actual anger in me. I was gonna be so happy for a sec. It was just approved. One of my payments was approved. Okay, but wait. I wanna see how fucking early that was. Please update. Okay. It hasn't updated yet. Oh god, this is like old shit. Oh god, this is old stuff, damn. The mouse must be scared right now. It would be my bank teller who's probably terrified. Because I should not be spending this much money in a short amount of time since I'm a college student. But it makes sense. Because she is a badass character. Which... Again, here's just she's babe, obviously then. Yes. I might pull for her weapon, but she's literally the Electro Archon, and her story makes me want to fucking cry. Also, the voice actress for her is like probably one like from what I've heard, one of the sweetest motherfuckers. but yes, she is. Cause one of her lines. Wait, no. Where is it?
Foolish question. There are only two kinds of things. Those that must be done, and those that must not.
Fuck. Okay. I literally forgot the siblings coming out next patch. Oh, but also there's a new. Ayo? Ayo? Wait, no. Where? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so you have about the Raiden Shogun, then you have about A. Which you will learn about. Wait.
Foolish question. There are only two kinds of foods. State your query. To the point.
Ma'am, I just want you to I freak out if she says, if he does ara. If she does it in her natural voice, yes. Does it in the Raiden Shogun voice, I'm gone. Wait, no. Where is it? Where is it? Ignore why I'm here. Actually, wait. Wait. Also, yeah, ignore why I'm there. I was literally just looking for... You're telling me it was... I will go back, but... You're telling me it was right fucking there. You would pet your cat and look like you're spending your money. Alright, cool. So there is the 60 free Primo Gems. Where's the Traveler? Never mind, that's next time. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure there's one I skipped. Yep. Mia.
Just standing around.
Shut up. I am spending my hard-earned money. Full screen. Also, he can't listen. As long as I don't lose my 50-50, I'm good. I'm gonna do the 31 because there's no way in hell I'm spending another $100 as my phone is going off. I keep looking at my phone and it's either a Twitter notification or it's my bank. I just spelled my name wrong. Which you think wouldn't be as bad. But I despise my name. So it's fine. I'm waiting for it to just fucking decline. Ayo. Okay. Okay. Cancel. Shop. This is not gonna- yeah, I was about to be like, this is not gonna be a lot. Actually, there's food. Please, please. The game really said, give us the money. I almost left. I have 2 wishes left. 3 wishes. Come on. Please. Please have pity on me. No. Damn! Fuck. Alright, there's food. The bank or the gamble roll. Both. Both hate me, right? There's also food. I will be back. I don't know what it is. But I will eat it during the manhunt. My entire knee just said pain. I'll be back. I have come with news. I just kicked my trash can. We got nuggets. We got the nuggets. McDonald's does not sponsor me, but we have nuggets. We have food. Alright. One. My bad. That's for later. Who said nuggies? I did. We got 20 nuggets. But there's 18 in here. Because my parents stole 2. This is unorthodox, but... Oh yeah, I forgot I moved away so you can't hear me. My childhood for food. I haven't had McDonald's since I like... So there's no McDonald's near my campus. I'm speedrunning this because I hear someone coming up the stairs. I didn't want them finding out I have a gambling addiction with this game. There we go. My mini fridge at school literally just has other food. The fries are actually good. That's gonna be about 30. What was I doing? Why didn't my brain go short circuit? This is why. It's- oh shit, it's only gonna be 24. Please, spare me some pity. Please don't make me lose my 50-50. Please don't make me feel my- please. 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 Let's go! I am a god. I got both of them. Do you ever consider getting food delivered, or is it too expensive? I don't know if there's any, like, good ones nearby. Because I don't want the food to be cold. Oh, I will fuck my bank. Actually, it's actually pretty funny. I have a check I still haven't checked in from my grandparents. But we got the best dealer. Oh, we got the... Ha! Ha ha! The question is, do I want to roll on the weapon? I really don't. I rolled 2 on the weapon. Ayo. I rolled on the weapon banner, right? I'm not crazy, right? I pulled on this banner, right? Take that, sushi. That is no. Like, I pulled on this banner, correct? What? What? Ow. Shut up. Wait, this is easier. Oh, that's right, I switched out our artifacts. Where are they? She's so pretty! Do I have enough to... Fuck yeah, I do. Actually, what is her weapon? Ew. Again, I know they're not ideal. Banner? I thought the banners were separate for certain characters. That's what I thought. But no, I just pulled a character. That's going in the video. I'm very happy.
The initial stage of my journey, or Shoden, involves learning the 9-way sword slash and the foundations of the art of the polearm. There is no great variation from other traditions at this point. Or rather, it is the other traditions that do not differ from mine.
Give me that. We'll pull on the standard banner. No, let No, wait, I have to talk about this. Sword slash. She pulls a sword out of her titties. No, I just want to talk about this. Shut. One, two, three, four. Oh. I have more specialty 5 stars than standard 5 stars. Also, fuck you, Mona. And I'm also missing 2 standard. No, they're both Mondstadt. Also, I love her. A moment of silence for Air's efforts. Let's forever say RIP that I didn't get her. Okay. Alright. I also do need to hunt down. I'm moving the fries over here so I'm not reaching over my camera. This is also my reminder to fucking go hunt for artifacts. Keep fucking hitting the ascendant.
Brute force is not my modus operandi. But becoming stronger isn't a bad thing.
Her voice is so different. Wait, also, where is he? Shao, how's it feel the next update? You're not, or like, no. It's 2.5, 2.6. Shao, how's it feel in 2.7? You're not gonna be the shortest male anymore. Because they're bringing in another male amino character. Who's shorter than Shao. Oh, fuck. Whoops.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
You're on a team. You're with Mona, I swear.
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
I hit the wrong button.
I feel stronger in every sense. Just as unlucky as ever, though.
He literally is such an unlucky bastard.
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Or not.
Okay.
Oh, ow!
Fucking gets bopped. Do I have enough to send her as well? Oh shit, I do. I might as well level up my Constellation 6 character. Also, I'm probably gonna mess with her a lot. I'd be honored if I was your grandma bunny if I had to choose. Ren would help me with, like, in the beginning, she would help me. But since I'm locked out of co-op, I can't do co-op, so anytime I'm, like, doing stuff or playing, Ren's usually in a Discord with me. Goddamn. Because it's... Oh, I was like, am I doing something wrong?
My bow sounds in peak condition. One shot is all I need.
Okay, Widow. Again, I'm calling it. Yamiko and the Raiden Shogun are in a relationship. Literally, she sends the bird. It's the same bird from Ye's thing. Please show me your audio animation of the bird. I will take this one too. Bunk. Come on. Come on. Don't make me look crazy when I literally know this for a fact. Yeah, same bird. Then you get the little fox that comes and takes it to her. Because you don't see the bird die. How much do I have for the... Okay. Fuck it, let's do it. Let's get some pity for other characters. Or, you know, other weapons would be nice. The game's like, no. It's crazy when it comes to... Yeah. I still can't get over that I got both of them. And it's only been what? It's only been 51 minutes that I got both of them. My wallet hates me though. This still isn't updated. Yeah, damn. Yeah, it was just fucking Toma. Literally kept coming home last time. And I was like, fuck off. But I still can't get over the fucking Shangli. Gotcha.
The campaign begins.
Oh, women. Wait, no, hold up.
Stay close and you will live.
You did get him, now it's time to savor the moment. Again, all my Genshin streams get turned to YouTube videos because that's really all I've been playing as of recently, but it's not because I got Stardew Expanded to work on this computer so I can stream. Listen, I just want to fuck around with the lesbians really quickly, hold up.
Illusion shattered!
Actually, ooh. Let's go to Mondstadt. I will level them both up. I want to turn that bird into nuggies. No! We do not turn in... Ayo. We do not turn in the gift from the wifey to nuggets. No! Abort mission, abort mission. That one has a shield and I'm not dealing with it. Both my payments were confirmed. Actually, here, let's just do this.
There is no escape. Illusion shattered. Right now, emerge.
Oh! I just realized she's the first Archon I got. That was hot. Hey, friends.
Right here, emerge. Shine down. There is no escape. Torn to oblivion. Shine down. There is no escape.
This is bullying. I'll take it. This is bullying. Pretty much torture for them. Yep, she'll enjoy it. Knowing the Raiden Shogun, she would enjoy it. There's a shorter area over here. Let me just do a hip hop. Shit. Come on. Oh shit. Damn it. Hey yo, what's that? I play Stardew for one night. Just so that I can get accustomed to Stardew Expanded and I forget how to play Genshin. Hey friends.
Shine down. There is no escape. Right now. Right here.
Hey! I love how Miko's shit just randomly attacks fires. That's so funny to me. Alright. I told you, Genshin virus is contagious. I didn't no, the reason why it's so bad with me, because it feels like I'm playing D&D, and it feels like this world is just a D&D campaign. So every time, like the first like 3 streams, Genshin was just like, no, chokehold in her throat. Yeah, no, it's been an hour. But no, I told Atlas, who's a friend I know IRL, who doesn't like stream or anything, so he wants to be anonymous. Who also plays Genshin. When I told him that, he's like, makes sense. How did they go bad so fast? Alright. But it is time for the second part of the stream, because I said, because I want to fucking watch this video. Just chatting. We're just gonna keep it the same. But we are gonna switch to watching the last Manhunt video, because I have not watched it with my full attention because I was studying for midterms. We're not ending stream. We're just switching to watching a YouTube video because because I've been wanting to watch this with my full attention. Because the last time I watched this, I was half-assed paying attention. So there's some parts I remember, but I don't remember any of this. Also, you should definitely go check out my YouTube channel. It's Air Venus. We post all the highlights, even though it's where we post all the videos from streams. So if you don't watch the full VODs, watch the video reaction times. Cut the lights, everyone. But yeah, just because we're on YouTube, go check out my YouTube video. Me and Wayward have been editing videos like a bitch and figuring out how to not murder Adobe. Okay, let's go.
This video, 3 of my friends try and hunt me down and stop me from beating Minecraft.
This is the wrong video. Here it is.
This video,
Okay.
5 of my friends
I was like,
try and
wait.
hunt me down and stop me from beating Minecraft. I said we would do 5 hunters if the 4 hunters series got 1 million likes, and it did, in less than a day. Can
Reading
they
the
stop me
nuggies.
from beating the Ender Dragon, or will I survive? I beat them twice, they beat me twice. This is it for all the
Also, let's
marbles,
change the color to
final
green.
Minecraft Manhunt.
That's-
But if this video gets 2 million likes,
There we
we'll
go.
do a
Let's
Minecraft
do the color
Manhunt
green.
in real life when George comes to America, which is pretty soon. We even scouted an area for it, and we might consider doing 6 hunters way in the future if you like the video enough. And as always, only a small percentage of people that watch my videos are actually subscribed.
Fun
If you wanna
fact,
help us reach
this is
30
probably
million,
not a fun
please
fact, but
subscribe.
Bad Boy
Please,
Halo knows how
you
to
can
throw
always
knives, so
keep
imagine that
going, guys.
video.
Enjoy the grand finale.
What?
What?
Wait, that's not fair. I got hit.
What?
Yeah, but what if,
The
what if I
one,
didn't wanna
the
go
one
this
that
way?
yells a language that everyone knows how to throw knives.
Love and war.
That's true.
Yeah, when we're in love.
Oh, wait, who hit him?
And it's not just like a joke. Like he does it professionally, or he used to.
He's like a little squirrel scurrying around the trees.
Is he trying to get it?
Yeah, he did. He got a piece of wood.
Okay,
He's
Sam.
going. He's going.
He's going.
I got him.
Goose train, go!
Oh wow.
Let's go.
I forgot about dead bushes
Wyoming
giving you
is
sticks.
massive.
I haven't played
What?
Minecraft in such
That
a
was the
fucking long
tiniest-
time.
Oh my god, what is this?
New terrain generations because Minecraft got updated. Also, fuck the war, and I'm not fighting that thing ever.
What the?
Oh my god!
Damn.
Oh, be careful.
I'm going down, I'm going
My
down.
God.
Wait, I'm catching onto him, look, I'm just
Guys,
running around the edge.
I need food.
I'm
Stay on
following
him.
Hey, Dad, you go get food.
What?
Dream! I outsmarted you, Dream.
George is smarter than Dream.
He crafted the log into planks.
Don't allow him to do that.
He's already done it.
Actually, here.
He's climbing. I don't have blocks. I can't catch
There we
him.
go.
What is his problem? Why did he do that?
He used up all his wood advantage to get away.
Just try and stay on him.
Yeah.
I'm trying. He's nimble.
Oh!
Oh, he found a portal.
Stop! Don't let him get it. Stop him!
I could probably kill you right now with this shovel.
Oh wait, yeah, he could.
It's a golden shovel. They don't do a lot of damage, but yeah.
He's got a shovel. He can kill us
There's
with a
two
shovel.
of us. No, we can't. Come on.
I have no hunger. I have no hunger.
let's try and find a
I
spot
still
now.
have
Let's try and
hunger.
find
I
a
still
spot.
have hunger.
I'm literally just
Do
nothing.
it.
I have nothing. I'm going to the ocean to get food.
Come here!
Oh, I see fish.
I'm not
Guys,
out of hunger
I'm
just
coming
yet.
to you.
I'm not out of hunger just yet. I'm not out yet. No! I'm out of hunger. I'm out of hunger. Dream, come back here!
You are such an idiot! Give me my dirt!
I stole a dirt. I stole a dirt.
I just been streaming so much Genshin that one of my friends was like, "You just might as well be a Genshin streamer." I was like, "No."
Come here, Sam now.
Dad, give me food.
Oh my god, I'm here as well. He's hiding behind the corner. He's sneaking. I saw him.
Come on, let's go
more.
fight him.
Go, go, go.
I'm gonna beat you with my fish, Dream.
Because I know
Oh my
this
gosh,
week
this biome sucks! Oh my god.
Oh,
there's
it
a
might be
tree.
tomorrow, but I might do a Stardew stream
Go,
because
go.
I got Stardew expanded
Come on.
working with my
I won't
stream.
let you get the
So we literally get to see me simp for Olivia and Sophia and all the new Stardew Expanded and explore.
Huge cave.
Okay.
We'll be able to find some more.
Because I explored it last night and I really forgot how to play Stardew.
This video, I'm gonna hunt you down and kill you right now. This is so dumb. I'm dead. Like, there's not even food or anything.
GG.
Wait,
And,
you can eat the sugar.
I might do my craft
allow
stream
you
this
to
week.
die by cactus.
No, take the easy way out. Oh my god.
He's done. He's powering.
Oh my gosh!
He's
Okay.
stuck here. He's stuck.
Keep an eye on him.
Who has a
Oh, he
cactus
isn't.
bench?
I have nothing.
I have one.
What are you doing up there,
Wait,
Dream?
have we been watching him like the
The
whole
only,
time?
the only way
Was
you
he
can get
alone?
down is breaking his tower. He's breaking.
Ooh,
He's breaking.
he's breaking it.
You watch, George. It's your job to
Like,
make
he
sure he
can't
doesn't
get-
go anywhere. Make sure he
He
doesn't go
can't
anywhere.
get down. He's
Don't
stuck
ma-
up there.
if he goes anywhere, George, I'm blaming you.
Like, it's gonna take him like 10 years to get down from there.
George,
I
do
can
not
see
allow him to go anywhere.
He can't get down. What do you
Okay,
mean?
but don't let him bind
Okay,
down.
look. I'm literally just sitting here, zoomed in on him. He's going
Alright.
up even higher.
Good.
He's like
collecting-
committing to this tower.
Did the tower go down?
Yeah, he's
Okay,
coming down
okay.
a little
Take
bit.
this, George.
He's getting really okay. He's getting.
Guys, look at him.
Look, I'm literally right here.
Oh shit.
Hit him.
He's just going up
Break
again.
it.
Ah.
Does anyone have
I'll
like,
keep my eyes
cobblestone?
on him. I'll watch him.
Over here.
I was about to be like,
Where?
Wait, what?
Oh my god, look.
How many diamonds is that?
Let's go.
One at a time, just come here.
I was about to say, where the hell is Awesome Dude and
You can have this as well. You can have this.
Wait, how?
One time. Give that to me.
Wait, I don't get it.
There's a little bit of a trick you can do with the clay in the rivers.
oh
Wait,
shit.
how would it? There's no way. How long has it been? It's been like 10 minutes or something. I'm
That's cool.
I'm dead.
Give me blocks. Give me blocks now. Everyone, give me blocks.
I think this is
It
the
probably
most,
will.
Like, hopeless I felt in a
My
minute.
cat is here.
He's literally
Okay,
done.
you
With
go
my
up, Seth,
dummies.
We'll stay down here. We'll stay down
Can I
here.
pick you up? Are you gonna be
It's going faster.
Keep going, Seth.
I mean,
He's not moving
I can
towards you,
kill you by just knocking you off.
All right,
Careful.
try it. You're gonna die too.
Get ready to grab his stuff.
He's coming out of the
He can't get down.
All you have to do is just hit him
Careful,
off and
careful.
it's over.
That's you're kind
Well,
of stuck.
Give him the
the
boom.
end.
He's just knocking.
Well, looks like it's just the battle of San and Dream.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, now go up.
Oh my
Hit him
God.
off.
I'm Fortniting.
Nice.
It's fucking Gucci. I like how I said I was gonna pay attention. No, Gucci's more important.
You got it.
Where'd you go? Oh god, you're like your back in my bed.
Swim up there, swim up there. Ooh, wait. Yeah, don't give him a way out. This is so stupid.
Can't
What is
see
happening?
him.
It's Gucci, I don't care for him.
Down there, he's just gonna hit me off.
Oh, he's going back.
Yeah, with Stardew Expanded, mostly everything's the same except there's like
Just
slightly more
come down.
NPCs.
I'm literally one hit. Just jump on him. He's on a
closer
too
to
wide.
me.
He's on
I'm not gonna
wide
jump.
thing.
I'm not gonna jump. What if he's lying and he's not one hit?
He's on one
What if he's
block.
not? What if he's not one hit and he knocks me off?
I gotta chill.
Somehow or something.
Okay.
The only way to
Yeah,
jump
yeah,
down is if you guys flood the bottom. Flood the bottom and it.
Flood it?
Why would you do that?
We could. I have a bucket.
Yeah, if you flood the bottom, he can jump down.
Go fill those up. There's water literally right there. Go fill those
I was about to be like, who's running off to the side?
Just make it a source, and then we can flood it like as long as we
Wait,
want.
Sam. Wait,
give him
just
up
take my
there.
bucket.
Oh,
Just
I
take my bucket.
No!
He jumped. He
What?
jumped.
What?
He
What?
took
Where?
my bucket. He's on the bottom. He's taking our food. I knew he did.
I see him.
I'm behind him. I'm behind him.
Oh
How
my
did he
god.
get down?
I threw my bucket.
No way! All the
Sapnap,
years
you've
of
known this man for
Sapnap's just like old time, buddy.
Oh my god.
Ooh, ruin portal. Get it.
I can't
No,
jump.
no, no, in him.
Oh,
Oh
Kill
my goodness, he
him.
left some stuff.
Kill him now.
I'm grabbing it.
I just messed up my sprint.
Dream. Can't run forever. I just got attacked by the.
Oh my!
Oh, I'm stealing his
He just
water. I'm stealing his water.
Rolled me.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's gonna miss the water as he's running straight into like a river.
What the fuck?
Oh my gosh. You guys like
Gucci
all
just
have
came
diamond in the first 2 seconds.
Gucci just ran out from my bed onto my chair I have in the corner and then booked it out.
Get the food. Don't let him get the food. He's getting the wheat. He's getting it all.
Okay, I'm gonna kill the iron golem. I'm killing
Get
the
him,
iron
get
golem.
him. Oh my
Oh, I
god.
thought that was a
all
temple
the
for a
hay
second.
bales.
Behind him.
Oh, I got more diamonds.
Let's
So close.
He's coming back, I hear him.
Oh, that was insane. That was actually crazy. Wait, stop. Get a bed from the.
He's going down.
From the village.
Oh
I didn't
yes,
grab
get him
one.
that
I'm already
while
out.
Ooh.
I'm already out.
Is that with an axe? Max.
I'm literally right behind.
Oh my,
He's
getting
swimming
snapped at
towards the-
George.
He's swimming towards the temple.
George, look, we're in sync. George, look, we're in sync.
Stay on him.
He's going down to the temple. I'm drowning. I'm
Block it
drowning.
off, block it off, block it off, block it off, block it off.
I'm literally gonna die.
Go down. He'll die.
This is that's death.
He'll
I
drown.
literally
Let
got
him go
like
in.
2 hearts. Oh my,
Yeah,
I'm
the
so
guard
low.
on the ground. It's fine.
Yeah, he's literally gonna die.
He's gonna die. He's just gonna
Guys,
die in there,
what?
right?
What do you mean? We need to go in there. What are you guys talking about?
There's
No,
no
he's gonna die. How
way.
he went in the
No,
temple.
listen.
We have
Oh, he has golden carrots.
Swim in there. There's no
Listen,
way he gets
every
out.
time he gets massive advantage, he gets away.
Gucci literally did the I believe I can fly
Something
thing.
dumb, and then he gets resources.
Not Gucci
and
just
stuff.
going absolutely batshit crazy.
Come on, let's go. All right, let's go.
How is he
Let's
not
go.
Okay, go.
dead yet?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
This man is keeping himself alive on pure spite.
Come get in the doors. Get in the doors. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Block it off.
Where is he?
Everyone just eat.
How
How is he not drowning?
Stand behind you!
No, he is not. He blocked it off. He blocked it off.
We have nothing. We can't get out.
We have
Stop,
mining
stop, stop,
fatigue.
stop.
What?
We gotta break a door. We gotta break a
Oh
door.
my
We're trying to get
God.
out.
That's so smart.
Block that guardian off. Block that guardian off. I'm gonna kill him.
Kill the guardian.
We're gonna die.
Okay, block him up. I'm gonna break this door.
Again. Oh no, 'cause it's gonna take forever to break everything in there because the mining fatigue is so bad.
Supposed to break blocks. Is there no other way out? I'm trying to break the hay bale. It's, oh my God, it's done 1 pixel of breaking. Oh my God, that was awesome.
No, we're gonna have to break a door. I'm breaking this
This
door.
is going to
It's gonna take forever to do both.
Good luck with the mining fatigue.
Holy shit! It's a
Let
wet
me
wet.
answer
Hello,
this
friend. Welcome to the stream.
Just mine it. Just mine it. You only have to mine one, right? We can swim out.
What's a jungle?
Swim through one.
Oh.
Welcome, friend. How are you? How is everything doing? Mate, you're gonna need milk for that shit.
We can swim through here.
Ironically, there's a cow.
Oh no, yeah, look, it works. Hang on. Why can't
What
I
do you
swim?
mean it's literally not working?
Move, stand up, move. I did it. I got through. I'm through. I'm out.
Okay.
Oh my
Oh, I
God.
was able to do it.
Wait, there's a jungle.
Music edit though.
Oh yeah, I see it.
I'm
It's
doing
like,
Oh my
well.
God, he has an iron.
got
fist.
iron.
I'm on a break from college for my spring break, so we hanging out, we streaming, we vibing.
Ooh, Ant, there's a cow up here.
Milk it, milk it. Wait, I see him. He's right here.
Oh
Go,
shit.
go, 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 go.
Go!
Wait, I can make a boat.
Wait, we're following you guys.
Make a boat, George.
Wait, well, I wasn't sure if we could like go around.
Did you put
I'm here, Dream.
Yeah, the boat, yeah, the
Oh,
boat.
Right on him.
wait. Oh my God.
I'm here.
Just stay on him. I'm right behind you, George.
George, go.
I got your back.
I'm
He's in
going.
the water, he's
We
in the
got
water, he's in
this.
the water. Stand up, kid.
Wait,
He's going down. George,
Oh
careful.
my God, I'm gonna drown. I'm gonna drown. I need a more. I need a door. I'm drowning.
Where's
I'm
he, where's he,
drowning.
where's
George, go up.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm all up.
I'm drowning. I'm drowning.
Father Air
I'm
has
swimming
come
up, I'm
in.
Oh
swimming
my
up.
gosh.
Where
I'm
is
taking
he?
this off because even though I'm like freezing cold in my room.
How is he
I'm not
not
drowning.
drowning? What?
Oh no.
Yep, stand in the bucket, stand in the bucket, stand in
Spam the buckets is what he's doing.
Oh, that's so smart. What?
I don't have a bucket.
Have I shown my tattoo on stream?
Don't make a door.
Do you have any wood? Do you have any wood?
Here,
Here,
wait.
wait, I'll do it. Here.
I need some.
Or have I
need some-
have I showed it with like knowing I showed it on stream?
Swim in the cave,
There's
George.
a cave. Just swim into it.
I want him.
Here, George, I'll show you, I'll show you. Go to my name,
I'm
go to my
lost.
name.
He's gonna kill me.
You're
Here,
gonna
here,
die.
here,
No
here.
one can help
George,
you.
look out, come here.
Oh no.
No. I'm so far.
Wait, I got the loot. I got the loot.
Give
I
me
got
Sam's
the loot.
dead.
I got the loot.
Yeah, just bring it back.
Oh, we
They didn't
have
set
that.
spot. They didn't put down
There's
beds.
nowhere for him to go down there. There's nowhere for him to go. Just go down there and kill
Did you
him. Just
forget
follow him,
like
go,
the
you
world
go.
generations are fucking insane?
Hey, you said that last time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bad,
God,
drowning, bad,
stuff.
drowning.
Awesome
I know.
stuff's in here.
I'm getting it. Wait,
It's
what? I
a
thought you
bomb.
said you had it.
Get my stuff. Just get my
It's
stuff.
not.
you
It's not
memed
stream
me.
related, yeah.
You
Perhaps.
memed me. I was gonna get it. I actually stopped. That's so terrible.
Wait, good job, Sapnap. What?
Wait, I just saw Dream's name. I think.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I see his name down there.
Yeah, I got my
He's down here real quick.
tattoo last month on the
Or just dig it.
16th.
Oh, I see him. I see him. He's so far down.
But I've almost had it for a year, or not a year, a month.
Oh, I'm so far.
I'm coming, George, they're coming. Oh, there's like an actual cave here. It's not even like water anymore.
Yeah, look, you see him? He's all the way over there.
I know it's
Yeah,
not
but I
stream
didn't know.
related, but I was going through.
Oh, there's a cave.
I was going through a not
Look,
fun
yeah,
period
wait,
of time, so I was like,
wait.
fuck it, I'll get a tattoo. So I got a tattoo.
Ooh,
Dream. Almost full diamond. Lol.
Sam, we need some iron. Grab some iron if you see it.
It was a mining expedition. I thought we were killing Dream.
Butterflies in the- oh,
Oh,
no.
I'm
Yes,
down here. Where
fact.
is it?
Where is he?
Good
This is
question.
I also like the
This
meaning
way.
behind moss a lot better.
This way?
this way. Yes.
My hair is still
Where did
wet.
George go?
Yeah, I feel like we just
I
lost everybody.
forgot I put my hair
Yeah.
up.
George.
Oh, nope,
you
the hair's
still
going
up there?
back up. I don't like that.
No.
What are you doing, George?
want an extra?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Stop. Not. Don't worry.
I see you over there. Get over there, my little goggy.
Wait.
Oh, I was about to be like,
oh, he just went to the nether. He just went to the nether.
Of course he did.
George.
Dang it.
I don't even know where his portal would be.
Can he technically, like, knowing the rules of manhunt, I don't think he can make. No, he can't make another one in the end.
Diamonds right here.
Or the nether.
If
He has to
that's
make
five,
one.
I get a diamond helmet and get full diamond. Wait, who's cooking this cooked rabbit for me? Thank you.
Wait. How do you get diamonds?
Wait,
Oh, there's probably a
what?
ruined portal. Yeah, ruined portal. I'm almost full iron.
We need like a portal though. We should be able to make one. There's like a lot of gravel and stuff. We just need to find like a level portal.
Someone please give me food. No. There's one lava piece here.
I think it's gonna cut it. Just
Wait.
one piece.
Well, did we build this or was that dream?
Oh, no, this is
A
dreams. This is dreams. This is
tower.
dreams. Down here?
They've got deep slate bridge.
They need to make a deep slip bridge.
Oh, my fries are getting
Yeah.
sad. No, not the sad
This
fries.
is
I
right.
eat these quick.
Yeah, follow. Just follow this. Follow this.
I don't think he came this way.
Why do you think that?
There's an
I
axolotl.
think it. I don't know. There's no evidence. So.
There has to be a portal. Well, probably not one of these paths. Just like split up a little bit.
Where's the path?
Did no
Ooh,
one
I'm
gonna get this water.
The path. There's like a lot of things just sort of
Come
everywhere.
on, he might have come up. I'm gonna grab this.
They're right there.
There's a lot of like lava falls here. Why don't we just like grab?
Oh, there's a crafting
lava
table
here and
here.
make? Oh,
He
yeah.
might have come through this way, guys.
We could just
Is there a portal there?
No, but there's a crafting table.
Look for a portal.
let's try and make
Yeah,
our
I'm
own
looking.
like
There's
portal.
lava. He could have
There's
made
literally lava right here.
Pat, where are
Guys,
you?
come here.
And we'll start making a portal here.
We'll just make a portal, yeah.
Oh, fudge. Oh my goodness.
I was literally about to say just block off the
Here, go
hole.
up and get it.
I'm gonna try and get this piece of lava in.
Dude, even I'm like sweating.
Yeah. Just like power up.
I have
with them.
blocks.
Wait, did anyone build out of tough towards the lava?
He must have. No, guys. The crafting table. He literally was here.
Oh, yeah.
The
Wait,
portal's
where's the
probably
crafting
nearby.
He
But
might
I
have been
don't
here.
see it. He had to have come through here.
Well, we can make a portal. If it's
We're just
if it's
making a
portal
portal.
nearby, it'll link up, right?
Let's just, yeah, it should be close enough that we can find it at least. Like,
I like all of them
there's
kind of
only
just
one
being
lava up
like
there, Ant? Ooh, that kind of
Yeah, that was only one
Here.
waterfall.
together, but not when like
There's
I'm.
more waterfalls down the path further on.
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
taking
just
this.
get more.
Wait, there's like a staircase here.
Where?
Actually, I need. Should I craft?
Oh my god.
Guys, bring the lava to where me and Ant
Why is
I
this
don't
so
have a
stressful?
Yeah, and there's no iron near me.
You're in a cave.
Find
Just look
some.
around for like 2 seconds and you'll find
Yeah,
some.
I'm looking around for more than 2
Oh,
seconds.
Sam, there's a lot of there's a lot of
Here's
portals.
some.
Take this.
Oh,
Yeah,
let's just
free
build it
iron.
in
Thank
Make
you.
yourself a bucket.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Sat
yeah,
nav
bring
is
water,
being
bring
very
water.
nice.
We can make a portal over here. Come to me and
I'm
Sam.
just coming to you. I'm coming to you. We'll just make a portal.
We're up here.
Where's the
I'm
lava?
running.
I don't have an
running
exact
back
like
to the
favorite
cave.
one,
Lava pool. We'll come to you.
Oh, we have
This
a
might
portal.
go
Sam,
south.
Sam,
but I
Sam,
forgot
Sam,
the one
Sam,
that
Sam.
this one was based off of.
Almost got it.
So
Almost
obsidian.
got it.
Ah,
No, we're
fuck,
right
I
here,
got my
right over
sheet.
here.
He's
Right
got,
here.
yeah.
Where's
Right.
where are we guys?
Keep running down the cave. Keep running down the cave.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact name of this
Oh,
moth.
Guys,
No, this is good. This is it. This is it.
does that work in 2x2?
No. It's fine.
But
Yeah,
I've
look,
but
we
I've
can
now
take
been
the-
added
we
to
can
the
take the
category of
I
moth
see, I see.
lesbians, which I think is very funny.
Everybody ready?
Hold on.
Where's
Well, I
some
mean,
colorful fish
we're
down
getting food.
Now,
We
may
should
come
probably
out.
try and make shields. We should probably try and make shields.
Yeah, 'cause
Also,
someone
I don't know.
made it.
I made this joke to like my
It's portal's
friends,
literally right
but I was
here.
like
It's literally right
Okay, so we literally.
I've been drinking like other flavors
Where
of
is it?
Coke
Where is
than the original.
Look for him.
So anytime I'm drinking the original Coke, my body's just like,
He's on the
Guys,
treasure.
he's not in the nether. What are you? Oh my
What the
god,
fuck
he's
is
not in
this?
the nether. You can't
Wait,
track.
Did he
No
go
players to
back
track.
through?
No
He
players
went
to
back-
track.
he went back
He didn't leave anywhere.
Go
There's
through
no way he
his,
could
go
have
through
left.
his portal.
I'm going through
Yeah,
his
go through
portal.
his portal. Go through his portal. Yeah.
The whole time I wasn't there.
I was about to say, did I
The
not know?
entire time I wasn't there.
I forgot I was wearing lipstick, which is coming off.
Gosh.
He went to the nether. I'm digging a staircase up.
Oh, we have somewhere to go.
Oh
This is
no.
a bad idea.
Mining away.
Also, I got a
You're
haircut.
not
If you can't
supposed
tell
to
from
use
like all my previous
Not
streams,
even
like my hair being
Yeah,
longer.
yeah, flush it out. Yeah.
That's one. Method.
Yes, TNT.
Alright,
Fine, let's like kill a dream or whatever.
Yes.
Dream!
Where are you, Dream? Dream, your reign of anarchy has come to an end.
Pirates, move out! Let's go!
Dun, 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 dun,
He
dun.
doesn't have a boat.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Ah, wait.
He's in my boat!
He can't. Bring the boat.
Who got my boat?
I broke it. Get him.
Oh my
Swimming
god!
away.
Get in, George!
I want to know if they have the unedited version of this, because these are so funny to watch unedited.
Oh, dream!
Give him, give him, give him.
Go, 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 go.
Keep going down the river. Keep going down. Wait, he stayed.
Oh, I gotta crit him.
Wait, George.
You gotta
Please,
crit him.
just go down the hole. Go down the hole.
We got him. We
Damn.
got him. I crit him. He's crit once.
Alright, he's dead. I got him.
It's all over now.
He ate a golden apple, but it won't matter because
Oh,
I'm here.
he crit me.
I crit him.
There's a ruined portal.
Just placed a thingy.
What just happened, George? I don't know. Wait, we've been to this ruined portal.
Kill
Right
him.
here.
Kill him.
Where are you, Sapnap?
I'm fighting
Nice,
him.
Sapnap!
Did you go in the ravine?
Wait, I see
Yeah, he went down.
I see him. They're this way.
Over here.
Oh yeah, Dream? You're not the only one that has golden apples.
Help! Help!
Come here, Dream!
He keeps diving. I'm going. Get him.
I was about to say,
Almost
there's a clip of where I literally screamed like him.
He's on the trees.
I don't like the taste of
Going
Dr.
on,
Pepper.
up again.
It's just one of those things where I don't enjoy.
And it went out right as it got to the top.
What? I didn't even realize.
George, do you have a flint and steel? You need
It's
it
not
above
gonna-
us.
it's not gonna work.
Look,
That
he's
matters.
hurting.
No, watch
Oh
this.
shit.
Ah, no, not the food.
Like pretty close to after you do the other one. Ooh, that might be good.
Oh, he's doing a TNT cannon.
Let's go. Oh, almost got him.
He's jumping. He jumped.
Where?
Is the fact that I'm so... They both crit him.
Block.
I crit him. Where are you going, Dream? Oh, in this once and for all.
I'm boosting. Boom.
This is it. The hit that'll end it all. I missed.
Oh my god, you fell in the ravine.
Go.
Oh, Sapnap fell in the ravine.
I'm obsessed with swimming.
Make a boat.
Wow, the boat's
Hail.
going to
Hail.
time.
Push it at the same time. Oh.
Don't worry, guys. Awesome, dude. Arguably the worst one of us got it there first. Let's go.
Wow. Well, there's a outpost here.
I'm back in the
Dream's
water.
like,
Where did you take my boat?
Dream's like obsessed with water, this manhood.
I may have lost the
Fine,
boat.
I'll kill him.
Oh, he has a diamond pickaxe.
Oh,
Just
I hit
don't let him
once.
get the
Oh, I
boat.
hit him again. He's literally bad.
He's gotta be low.
Go, Sam.
Damn.
You got him.
I got a nice crit.
Fine,
No,
I'll
he's
go on the
got
boat with
the
them.
Nice
Fine, I'll
snap.
be in the boat. What's up, Dream? What do you want to do?
Fine.
Where are we
Stay
going?
with me,
George,
Sam. Stay with
make
me.
a
Come
boat.
on. Just follow him.
Can I break the boat?
No.
I got
I'm
dolphin.
joining Dream's
It's actually
team.
not that fast.
We're on the same team now, Dream.
Alright,
Kiss them
fine.
down.
Give me all drop all your armor right now and give it to me.
Okay, here, look.
No, drop it all.
Here, look, it's all off.
Yes, all the roommates are together.
If you could just hop out and kill you.
Onward, my brother, in.
Nice ant.
We got him. Go.
In the most like platonic thing. Yeah, Sapnap and Dream are fucking brothers.
I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. This is frustrating.
No!
Ooh, you're right now.
Who was that?
He put a block.
I was about to say, was that Bat or Sam?
So
Is this
good.
the same temple we already passed?
Let's ignore how my pinky went up for that.
I'm right behind him.
I've never done that.
We got this.
How is he so fast? What?
Cause he's a parkour wet.
He went
Ooh,
down a hole.
there's copper.
Go get him.
It's a cave. He's like going way down into this cave. Huh?
Yeah, it's smart.
Where is this corner?
Up here. Where?
George, watch out!
Oh, he's blocking the way up so they can't get back up to him.
Oh, he has those walls. He's killed a zombie.
Oh my god, guys!
He's destroying the way to get back up to them. To get back up to him.
Oh my god.
Take this, George.
Quick, throw something in.
Take this.
I have some food actually.
I need food.
That is food.
I'm gonna get one more steak and then I'm
Wait, you got
crying.
Oh,
obsidian.
he missed the portal.
There's a portal! Get over here! He's
Ooh.
literally at a portal!
Oh my god, that's a shit spawn.
I'm so far away.
Hurry!
He's gone. He's gone.
He's in. He went in.
I'm fucking cold.
Yes,
It's
come on.
it's fucking cold in my house.
I hate it when he always does this.
Lead the way, George.
It should not be this fucking cold where I live.
But it's fucking
It's
freezing.
gotta be above
Is
us.
it above or below? I don't know.
Oh, he has 2 things of
It'd be
TNT.
easier to go down.
Why?
Because you can feel things.
You can't tell that I'm shivering.
Oh, I heard something.
TNT! Hey!
Oh my god,
There's
be
lava, there's
careful.
lava, there's lava, block
There's
it off!
lava.
There was such a late delay. Sub to me.
Where is he?
Sub to Frost.
What's wrong with you?
I'm expecting Callahan to
I found him. Wait, there's like a lava. Yeah, he was
Zapnap was right, he is in the UK.
Oh, I see him! I literally see him! Nice.
You like my speed bridging?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I
Finally out in the open.
I want his playlist. This playlist always is like so intense that I want to work out to it.
You guys have like just been on me this whole time with Diamond. You probably just turn around. You just turn around and you let us fight us.
Ooh,
Someone have a lava bucket? Should have got a lava bucket.
What the muffin?
Oh, I see the fortress.
Hog things.
TNT!
Son of run!
Okay.
Oh, he almost TNT'd himself. That would have been funny.
His voice changes.
What?
Ah, welcome to the worst goddamn biome in the game.
Last time you did that, after the video, you told me you saw the fortress. Well, I understand. The fortress! I was right! You're an idiot, George! You're an idiot! I don't get it. Like, how's my brain resistance better than yours? I don't know, you have like fog off or something. You're like a hacker and I'm not. I'm not hacking. What?
Ooh, that was clean.
Let's go, guys.
Did you get that on camera?
Wait, what's he doing?
He's hiding behind the blaze.
Oh, what? I just felt like I really was lost.
He died. I was like, it's over.
Why? I'm coming.
George.
Stay away from him!
How? Oh, they went this way. No, this way.
We're catching up to you guys. Guys, I need food.
Oh! Dream stop! Dream stop! We can talk about this! We can talk!
I thought that was someone like hitting their.
Oh my gosh, George.
Oh, George is dead.
Stop! I'm on half heart! I'm on half heart! I'm on half heart! What happened? Dream,
Don't
spare
die,
me.
stop, stop, just don't fight until we get there. We have food and stuff.
Is all my stuff done?
No,
It's about to be.
Well, not all of it.
I don't even know.
No, he didn't. Don't let me get it.
It's burned.
No, he burned it.
It's now burned. It's now burned.
He burned all my stuff. Where?
Which is again, it's a really smart thing to do.
That pretty good.
Yeah,
I
there's
don't know
places.
where to go.
Hi, Dream!
Where is he?
What are you doing here? Where are you running?
Where is he? Oh, he's over there.
Oh my god!
Oh
Drew, I got
my
half heart.
gosh!
This is a message to Ren and Atlas, cause I know you guys watch the VOD.
Oh, I see him. Yeah.
I'm on him, I'm on him.
We're 19 minutes into the K-drama we're
Oh
watching.
my god.
We're finishing this tomorrow or tonight. One of you fucks message me.
Going. Go, Sapnap. You got him. Get his feet.
I'm got food right now.
He's getting,
He's in the wall, he's doing this stupid wall thing.
he's getting fucked.
I'm chasing him.
Blaze. He's straight this way.
I want to see all the facial reactions I make
Let's go.
during this.
Oh, he's done. Oh, he's just literally done. Careful.
No, because there's a wither skeleton next to them.
Oh my god!
Where'd he go?
Yes, skeletons, yes, skeletons, yes!
He has watermelons, but that's not a good. What the fuck was that editing?
Sapnap.
Oh my god.
Outside.
He's just leading us on a chase.
I see him. I see him.
I suck. Oh, the gas.
Oh my goodness. Hide here. He's right here. He's towering. He's towering.
I have nothing.
Guys, come on.
Yes,
yeah,
we're here. We're here. I mean, hurry up. That's what I mean.
Ah! No,
He
no,
jumped.
no, no.
He jumped down.
Ah! Up, up, up.
Oh my god.
George, do you need
Wait, what?
Hold on.
Fine,
George,
I'll kill
George,
him.
here, take this. Take
Wait,
this. Take this.
he's
Take this.
here?
I just said I'll kill him.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Stop turning around.
I'm looking to see who's behind.
Oh yeah, George doesn't have any of his stuff anymore because he fucking died.
Where is he? Where is he?
He fell.
Careful, George.
He's on it.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
He's on half a heart. I didn't even realize.
Where did he
There he is. There he is. He's towering again.
Kill him, kill him!
Oh my god.
And you can't use water in Nether.
Here, here, I have food. Come here.
I lost him.
He's over there, Sadam. He's
digging the wall. He's digging the wall.
Right here, right
Go,
here,
go, 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 go.
There's nothing he can really do.
Here, give her.
Oh, this is awkward.
I'm right behind you, George.
He has that one stigma.
Here, come here, George. Drop these. Take those and follow me.
Do you have an extra pickaxe or anything?
No, just stay with me.
I have nothing.
Hey, yo.
He's getting blaze rods.
He's getting blaze rods. Go
Wait,
back to the
what?
fortress. Go back to the fortress.
He's in the
Oh
fortress?
my gosh.
Yes, he has to
Snap
be
now
this way.
survives. He's in the fortress.
Let's find a crafting table. Oh, nice. Wait, has Dream... Is this Dream?
Wait, the compass says he's back here.
I hear Blaze is dying.
Where is he?
That was
He's
me.
good.
I keep forgetting they have that fucking compass.
Did someone check up here?
He's here, George!
Oh, he's here. He's
No,
he's
no,
up
no,
right now.
I'm on
Get
fire.
him!
George,
I'm gonna die,
George,
George.
careful, careful.
don't let us get out.
He's building up. Let's just break the spawner.
Where is he? He's gone.
I was about to say, there's no way that not a single one of them just noticed that.
Blaze it!
Kill him!
Oh my god,
oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, guys, I'm
my
taking him.
axe just broke. I can make an iron sword.
Oh my god, the ghost almost just killed me.
Doesn't George literally almost die? Or like is gonna... I was about to say, I know he died from gas.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He got owned by a gas.
So where did he go?
I don't know.
I found
I'm
George's
just like
stuff. I
right
got your
behind
stuff,
him
George.
constantly.
George, come
wait,
get your stuff.
I hardly had anything anyway. I found it though.
George, just like get iron or something.
Yeah,
Is he?
because George
I don't know.
die with the least amount of gold or like diamond stuff.
Oh, I see him. He's towering.
I was like, I
Oh,
see
yeah,
Sapnap though.
I see him over there. He's in the fortress. He's in the fortress.
This gas is shooting at
Where's
me.
the gas?
I can't get over that gas are also like just cat sounds.
Go, go, go. Where is he?
He went this way. He went this way.
Those are just that's just a funny thing to realize.
He went in here.
Yeah, follow this. Follow this. Follow this. You know this.
Gosh.
Bye,
Wait,
Z.
did he leave?
Are you in a
No.
He must have
Wait.
left. I think he left the fortress. Guys, do we have
Where's the
stuff
dead
for
end?
George, by the way?
Wait, no, this is the spawner that we broke. Yeah, I have stuff for George. I have his stuff.
Where
I have
are
his
you?
stuff. I'm looking for Dream. Duh.
I know, but we need to get George stuff. George, where are
When he
you?
gets here, I'll give him his stuff.
George!
He's not
George!
gonna make it. You can try again.
Oh shit, George is dead again.
George! Look, it's like a death trap trying to get back. You guys don't understand. Where is he?
It was
I'll
like
follow you,
last over like in this
I'm
area.
gonna
Sim. I don't know where
check
we're
over
going
here.
though. The compass is like pointing off that way, but like boats or something.
He must have ran that way then.
How is the compass still pointing this way? What?
Maybe he left that way.
Oh
George,
my
How fast
gosh.
can you get back here?
Okay.
Hurry
It takes
up.
a while. It takes a while. It's hard to get back.
Oh, George is dead again.
George!
No, look, it's hard. It's hard. You guys don't understand.
Okay, we have to just leave George, guys. We need to go get
No,
Dream.
don't leave me. I'm gonna be
No,
back.
we
I'm
can't
gonna
leave
be
George
back.
behind.
That's fair. That's fair. Ooh, wither skeleton. Oh my
that.
goodness.
Be careful,
Oh, I
that
see.
thing
I
can
see.
be
I
deadly.
see.
They are very scary.
I see a hogman. I'm gonna do this food with him. Nice. I got
Oh
more lava. I got more lava for this
yes.
one.
Yes.
My mic just scared the
Actually,
shit out of me
good
in my
strat.
camera.
We should just do
I
that.
see the fortress.
Let's go and get some.
I just saw like
might
red.
Oh.
Am I about to get in?
Let's go.
Oh, George, I found you.
I thought that was a death message of George dying in chat. I'll get to that thing.
I'm here.
George!
I'm dead. Just
No!
This is
I just
fucked
like
up.
this like saga of
If I-
George just
If I
dying.
had half a heart more, I would have survived. I literally was half a heart away. I can't do this. I can't.
Yes, you can.
I
You literally
literally
just
quit.
did it.
I
You just
want
had
to
to
quit.
Imagine that's where it ended, just this man getting knocked off by a
Come on,
It's
creature.
fine.
Just
You
get
can
back
quit,
here.
George. Fine. He can quit if he wants to.
No, that's no.
That was a weird sound. I never want to do that
Interesting.
sound
It's not
again.
even done
I'm
before.
almost
I'm
actually
saying
down fries.
No, no.
This is not sponsored.
If you get here, I have stuff for you.
I'm just a meme. I'm a meme.
We know, but hurry up and get back.
Your army.
Okay. Pickaxe. Here's some box. Guys, come get with me and George.
There's an idiot
Watch out,
coming.
George.
Wait,
No, we're missing
George,
George.
look up, George.
Who are you missing? Oh, Sam.
Oh,
shit.
There he is.
Wait, he's in a
Wait,
basket.
wait. He's in a bastion. He's in a bastion.
Don't get knocked off by the stupid pig.
I have.
Mm,
more gold
I fucking
pickaxes
hate
than
brutes.
George.
Oh, there's another bridge here. Look.
Oh,
yeah.
Did he mine through here?
No, he bridged literally where I am right now.
Look, and then he went down this
And
tree.
he dropped and he thought he was really good at parkour, but he wasn't. And then he came over this way. I'm tracking him down. Well, because the compass is pointing this way, so there's no other way that he got across this lava.
The compass can see you. That's rule number 1 of being a hunter. Never always trust the compass.
Never always trust the compass. Rule number 1, sometimes an idiot. How about
I was about to say, yeah, the compass usually sometimes is wrong.
You know what rule number 14 is?
Never leave home without a muffin.
I'm trying to like readjust, but again, I have the long skirt on today, so it's hard to like sit.
What do you guys think, left or right?
Well, I don't know. I'm going left because it's the end of this stupid biome, and I'm getting out of it.
Fuck.
Yeah.
My knees, like, my leg is so goddamn sore.
That's pretty bad.
What's black and white and red all over?
Is it a penguin?
Penguin is only black and white.
Is it a
It's black and white, red all over newspaper.
So when are we gonna announce that Rat's gonna be the 7th hunter?
When are you gonna announce that Rat died and we buried her?
No!
When did you
You're gonna
say
announce
that?
that.
Not rat!
Only gold. You guys can all trade me like one piece of your armor just so I'm a bit
No,
tanky.
not
I'm
gold!
gonna be very
Not
careful,
rat!
guys.
Why did I
Want me
say
to
not
give
gold?
anything
Not
more, you have
rat!
to kill
Fuck
me
off!
for it, so.
Wait, what?
Fuck it off!
Wait, watch out.
Guys, look.
I hate this biome.
Damn, do you see that?
I think I've seen this.
Oh.
A strider with a pigment on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gas.
I'm working on it.
Come on.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Get it!
I'm trying.
I don't know if I might pick that up.
Nice.
That was another one.
Come on,
Oh
come
my
on.
gosh.
Look,
that was,
bridge.
Guys, look.
that was uncomfortable.
Someone
Ooh, ooh, that's gonna be a useful tool. This fucking punch sucks like a bitch.
Well,
I see it.
Sebastian.
Go, go, go.
That is his cue to fucking go. It's his cue to leave.
Dream, are you
Follow,
in
Sam,
there?
following you, Sam, following you.
Oh, dream.
Doesn't he walk right past
Look, I
them?
found loot. There's loot here.
Careful, Sam, don't fall in, don't fall in.
I'm.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I'm being
goodness.
careful. Watch out for brutes.
This clip I've seen of him just walking right by them.
Wait, bad. What?
Oh, he's behind us! He's behind us! He's behind us! He got
Watch
behind
out.
us!
Wait, where?
How did he
Wait,
get behind
what?
us?
Where?
Behind us!
Fucking Ant being the MVP of this one.
He's so far away.
Wait,
what?
get him, get
Was he
him.
waiting for us?
How did he cloud gonna walk by?
What?
Ant is the MVP of this one.
I didn't even see
sneaking around.
it.
How did he get by you guys? I don't understand.
Guys, come on. Look, let's quit like trying to figure out how he did it and just go kill him.
But we're doing that at the same time
Just
as
stay on
figuring it out.
Oh my! He's
Oh,
using all of our
he
bridges.
bed bridge across. Look, look, look. We can follow him
Yeah,
back.
he's right there. He's
Oh,
right
I see him.
there.
I see him all the
Let's
other side of the
go.
lava. Look.
Maybe just come back.
Well, George said
Does he have
come
soul
over.
spit on his boots?
He's going up, he's going up. Wait,
He
he
fell.
sucks. He
He fell.
sucks.
I saw it. He sucks.
I hate this biome.
Oh my God.
loathe
This
this
biome
biome.
is so bad.
Yeah, basalt biomes are usually hell.
I need
Where'd he
more
go? He went
blocks.
this way, this way, this way. Yeah, this way.
Yeah, go across there. Look, you see it over there on the right?
Yeah.
God, this is making me want to play Minecraft now.
God.
God.
That would have killed him. I should have killed him.
I don't know where he went from. Oh, I think he went up here.
Bad, we're right here.
Take a. This reminded me of the drinking game someone made, like take a shot every time Dream's on half a heart.
Yeah, I don't know. Why are we going this way?
You know what, Bad? You lead the way then. George, it's shooting at you.
Sam
Hey,
would
Bad,
have a
take the
pit.
lead.
You mine the bottom, I mine
Ignore
the
that
top.
sound. I don't know what that
Is
was.
that one of you guys mining?
I'm already mining.
Guys, look how much it moves when you move side to side. We are literally right next to him. Listen.
Well, mine to him.
Where is it?
He's this way.
Like, look at the
Guys, yeah, look how much the compass moves. Wait. It's pointing this way now.
It feels like you're in like a ticking
like-
time
I
bomb.
think he's below us. He's below us or above us.
He's like, yeah, he's like right here.
There he is! He just came out!
Wait, what?
Where?
What?
Oh, he's
Over
coming.
here, guys! Back out the way we
He's
should
running,
be.
he's running.
He's towering! Come on! Oh my goodness. He's going up.
I barely even have that many
Towering.
blocks.
Someone's staircase.
What?
Come here,
Yeah,
come
quick,
on.
make a circle, make a circle.
Oh, he's
Oh
gonna
my
go.
god.
He's right there. He's right there. George, careful.
Spectral arrows are a godsend.
I got him. I got him.
Make it the top.
Oh, bye, George.
Oh my gosh!
Get out of the lava, get out of the lava.
I'm on fire.
George's dead.
Everyone like broke the block. Everybody.
Hurry!
Oh, I was glowing the whole time.
Spectral arrows, bitch.
Ah! He's right there. Put a block.
I've got a shield, I've got a shield.
Your way down. Ready? Careful, careful. Wait. Back up.
Doing something?
I'm gonna try and build her.
I didn't realize he had half hour. I would say you could jump in the lava.
Inch your way forward.
Oh, watch outside now.
I'm blocking the arrows.
Okay. Try and build past you a little bit.
He's breaking the blocks.
Yeah, be careful, man, be careful.
Be careful. Wait.
He's mining the blocks. Watch out, there's arrows.
I was about to say who's gonna get hit.
He's going above us.
This is a good ass song.
What was that? Oh, I see what you're doing, Sam. Let's go.
Go.
Can someone else get up here with me?
Where are you? Oh, I see you.
He's leaving.
Oh, he's running. Go.
Get him.
Don't get shut off.
Okay,
He's right here.
Oof.
I just have my shield up.
I can't have bows, like the shield sometimes
see
work
into
with
the wall.
bows in this game.
Oh, I left this again.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Where'd he go?
There's no way he was able to dig many blocks. I literally started digging right after him.
Did he drop down?
There's a staircase here?
Okay,
Hey,
compass
what?
is pointing to the right.
It's turning right.
Did he go over this?
I hear him.
Screen was black for a second. I'm
Guys,
sorry, I'm
guys,
opening
guys,
something up another
look
tab.
how fast it just moved across. He's not moving. I don't think he's moving. No, wait.
What the fuck just downloaded? I'm sorry. I know.
Can't tell if he's... Oh, yeah,
There we
he's
go.
moving a little bit. Did he go past us?
I still have Genshin open in the background. Whoops.
No.
I forgot to exit out of Genshin. Where's the song anyway? It's so intense. I don't know. It's probably in the description.
Yeah.
Quick check to see if it's in the description. Oh shit, it's not.
I found like a path he built. I found like a path out of nether.
Follow, Sam, follow. You're right.
Yeah.
So keep it up, man.
I see you, Anne.
I don't know, but it's a good ass song and I want it.
I see.
You would never really have to put
I guarantee you can just Google like
Went so far.
like the Last Man
Yeah,
Hunt music and it's gonna pop up.
Oh, this is right here. Yeah, keep this way. It's right here. It's pointing across the lake.
I have to use the
Run
bathroom.
across. I'm gonna start building up across for you guys.
There's a lot. Oh, I see the lava lake.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a little bridge. If you come over to where
Alright, I have to use the bathroom. I'll be back. If anything happens, yell at me.
Oh yeah, I'm a little upset though. There's like a giant cliff here next to me.
Oh, I'm right behind you.
Yeah. Okay. Let's make a bridge up this way.
I'm following.
Oh, I see. Where's that one? I see you guys.
Here, kill these. These things are just destroying me.
Ooh, nice. Good job, Sonat. Oh, Sonat cracked. Oh. There's a hog went after you.
Just with like the fortune swords and stuff.
I didn't even pass.
Keep your eyes peeled.
We passed. Where's the two fortresses?
He might have gone down this way.
There was two fortresses.
Oh, careful. Oh my god. It's pointing
Unless
back.
you found a way to get like under the lava lake or something.
Where did we come from? We came from this way.
We came this way, we came this way.
Where is he?
Wait, what?
What? Wait, we're back in this area? Or there's a hog one? We're right behind you now?
Come this way, come this way. The compass is moving a lot. I think
Yeah.
it's over this way.
Right here!
It's pointing to the right.
Go, go,
I'm right behind him, I'm right behind him.
I'm right behind you. Oh.
He brought.
Nice.
Go, go.
Look out, look out.
Oh, careful. Go, go, go.
I see him.
Ooh, I'm right behind you.
Oh my goodness. I'm right behind him.
I was able to go back up there.
Or wait, I'm behind Sap now.
I'm chasing.
Yeah, I'm saying them.
Oof.
Okay, I'm back. And I have a gift. I got a sush.
He's eating.
Oh my goodness, come on.
I got a sush.
What?
He's like
He's glowing?
flew across. He's glowing.
Wait, well, he was glowing. What?
Wait, I don't think
No.
you can
Yeah,
bow.
that's
I don't
that.
think you can bow boost in this version.
Alright, go on to bed.
I didn't think you could either.
Yep, that's
It's
like
just,
that.
it's
Bow
hard.
boosting?
It's much harder. You can bow boost.
No way.
Days of free sushi content for a while.
Use pearls if you have to because he's gonna be bow boosting really far. Like
Got it.
that.
So,
I see, I see,
Oh my
I
God,
see.
him glowing.
He's
Looks
flipping.
like Frost something else again, didn't he?
oh, he's hitting himself with the bow so he can go places because the punch. Gotcha. I've never done that in Minecraft, but
Oh my god.
ooh.
Dream! Hello! Oh god.
Kill him, George. Kill him.
It went from high to oh shit.
He's killing
Kill him.
George, come on.
No! He's pressuring me. Oh my god.
You can do it.
The bomb.
We're almost there. Come on, George.
Was he glowing under the water?
Wasting his time.
Oh my goodness. almost
He's
there.
throwing an ender eye. He's throwing the ender eye.
Kill him! Stop it!
Just fight him. He's right ahead of me. Oh, his bow is so dumb. It shoots me back so far.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a punch two bow. They're understandably fucking used to push things away.
Where? Go, 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 go.
Follow the compass. He's running away. He's on the way to the stronghold.
He's that way.
Where are you, George? Where are you?
I can just see him. He's like just gonna be out my range distance soon. He's getting a tree. Okay, he's getting a tree. Guys, get
What
over
do you
here.
mean he's getting a
We're
tree?
coming. We're coming.
He blocked so perfectly.
It's not like you're calling out your calls or anything, so he
Oh, we
can't.
see you. We see you. He's right here. He's right here. Go, go.
Tower, he's towering.
Just keep an eye on
He's
him.
surrounded. He's surrounded.
But Sushi
Yeah, well,
is
wait,
best
wait.
cat. I did not just see them try to light a tree when this man got nut.
Oh my god.
He had the
Oh, he went, he
perfectly
went.
went back.
Oh, he's building. He's building.
Oh, I'm going over.
Sam, look out, Sam, look out.
Bye.
Be careful. Wait, he's Bridget. He's like, he's
Just
towering
Don't
away.
let him. Oh my gosh, there's a giant canyon here. Oh,
Bye.
careful. Samnap! He's
we
trying
gotta
to
kill
get
him.
to the water.
He's
Guys,
trying to get to the
put
water,
lava
right?
down. Put
I have
lava down.
arrows. We can't jump. We're gonna block off all the water.
Where is he?
Where is he? Stop.
Where is he? Guys, he
What?
went. He
Wait, what?
went back. Did he jump?
Oh, he's running back.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, we're still
I don't see him. I don't see him. on the
There's
map.
some of these plays that I'm like, huh,
Where is
this
he?
should not have worked out as well as it did, and this is one of them.
He's
I was
there,
like,
he's like super far out.
How?
Is it the stronghold?
I was like, would you not expect to see him fall in the boat? But then I was like, no, he did go towards the water to like distract him.
Oh no! Guys, get up here. He's up here.
He's
He's up above?
He's
Yeah.
about to fucking die.
Wait, come over to me, come over to me. We just, we can
He's
dig out
looking
here.
at a sheep.
Yeah, just swim.
I can't
Is it
fight
a
him.
ravine here, Sam?
I
There's no
no,
Where,
I don't think I can
Oh,
fight
bad.
him solo. Guys!
Oh,
I'm coming up, I'm coming up.
Dad, just fight him. Just stall for us to get back
He's
up.
got enough stuff. I think he could take me.
Yeah, you're right. I can and I will.
Oh,
Bye,
fine,
bad.
Forget this, guys. Guys,
I'm
wait,
going up.
Let's guys, get up. Okay,
I'm going.
He's running. He's running. He's killing cows right now.
Okay, well, stop him.
Dream is just one of those people I know, like, if I met him IRL, I probably wouldn't be terrified. Minecraft, though, yeah, no, fuck that. I'd be running for the fucking hills.
I'm here. Out of
He's
2v1.
so
I see you
scared.
better. I see you, I see you, I see you.
Are you here? You don't have a shield, George.
Oh. Okay,
Why would you mention that out loud?
Careful, careful, careful.
Go, Ed, go.
Because he's gonna go for the person who doesn't have the shield. Who's behind him?
He's got so much damage.
I'm chasing
I'm
him.
here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm
Who
here.
was behind him?
He's gotta be low, he's gotta be low, he's gotta be low, he's gotta be low.
He missed.
Careful. I think we got him. We got him. We got him.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Oh, you
gosh.
got him though. Do you? I want to see all of like the aftermath of all of their Minecraft worlds.
Careful, careful.
I tried to pour water. George, catch up to him.
Oh, Sam.
We need you. You're our best player. Wait, he's doing another
What is he
row.
doing? What is he doing?
Get him, get him.
Get him, get him.
Bye.
Oh my god, he's on top of the tree, he's on top of the tree.
Are you?
That one's from TikTok.
Yeah, I've done this one with TikTok too many times. Or done this.
What was that? I have Ender. I have Ender. Get it. Get it. He's coming down. I know.
He still got it though.
Oh, I didn't get it. He got it.
Your inventory was full. Oh my god.
Go, go, go.
He beamed me with the water.
I hate the water.
It's a smart tactic.
He's spamming water.
Oh my
and it's
God.
kind of
Yeah.
Of course. Okay, it's okay.
Why is there a random block of obsidian? Who placed lava down?
No, it's not. It's the other way.
Oh, are you kidding me?
The water is so annoying.
It's so stupid. Stop
Oh my
doing it.
gosh.
No.
You jerk.
Oh my god.
Dream,
Water
come
is
here.
just
We
like-
just want to kill you. Jeez.
I was about to say, do you just want to talk or do you want to
This is
stab
very
me?
nice terrain. I really like how this
He's
looks.
making a
Oh,
boat.
and you're...
No, come on, catch him, catch him, catch him.
Oh, no, not hitting him.
Bad.
Get in, get in, get in. Oh
we're
my
getting in.
god.
Go, 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 go,
I
go.
was about to say, did anyone get the...
You get a boat, George?
He threw another one. He threw number
I'm
one.
gonna make one.
Hey, guys,
no,
get
no,
it, get
no,
it. Break it, break it, break it.
No,
You got it.
I'm making
You're
one.
so
Get in, get in, get in, get in, get in, get in, get in,
Okay, I'm coming.
God.
Get
Get
it,
it.
let's go. Okay, go. Pilot this boat.
I am.
So Dream, we're right behind
Is it
you.
captaining?
Oh wait, he fired an arrow. Be careful.
Oh, that was actually sort of close.
What?
Keep right.
Where
Oh,
is
he's
he?
doing the
What?
the
He's
water
in this
bucket
boat.
thing.
He's in here.
There he is. He's on this side. He's on this side.
Wait.
He's under.
He's right there. Go.
Gimme.
Oh my gosh.
Gimme.
I tried to
Did George just say he stole someone's bow?
Get it. We got it. Kill him. Where is he?
He's laying down. He's down there again.
He's right there.
He hasn't lost any, which I'm deeply impressed by.
This is so frustrating. Like, I don't even know what to
Because
do.
you would expect him to break.
You could always die. That's always
Yeah,
an
exactly. Die.
Man, just stop running.
Come on, Green.
I have iron in my inventory that I can.
He just jumped out. He's going down to another different. Should we wait? Should we just wait for him?
I mean, he's
Should
gonna
we-
drown, right? Like, you can't just stay down there forever.
He should drown.
Just like I drowned in the thing at the beginning. Right?
Oh, okay.
That's true, yeah.
Matt, get in the boat.
Coming. Got out of there.
He's in a pilot. Okay, I'm piloting.
I'm getting this. Nope, move.
Get the eye. Get the eye.
Get
He's
it.
gonna try and catch the eye.
You got it.
Get in.
He's right.
Ah.
He's eating? Hey, Jordan.
Someone got him.
Get off, go.
Roll
I'm trying.
faster.
Wait, guys, the truck's
There it
right
is.
here.
What?
Go.
It's below us. He's in.
Ooh.
What?
Oh my gosh.
I can't get through the hole.
It's the
Careful.
library. It's the
Guys,
library.
we're body blocking each other. Get out of the way.
Wait, where did he go?
Where did he?
Where is he?
Find the room.
There's cobwebs everywhere. Just try to find the portal room.
Hey,
Just
George,
find the
check
portal
the
room.
eye.
I see you.
But again, they couldn't mine out. But the library also has like the hidden book somewhere. The chest that has the
This way.
Reach the eye.
spider.
Reach the eye.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah,
Let's make armor.
Look for it.
This is a
Hey,
dead
Ann, end. come here.
I feel like the hunters are gonna find this one first.
I found the room.
Where?
Guys,
Fucking called it.
This is so. How do you get to the portal before me almost every time?
that nap's cracked.
It might be because there's 5 of us.
Okay, so Dream
Yeah, I was about to be. Probably because there's more of them.
Chance if we all enter at the same time of finding it before us.
But then
Get all
you gotta
the
take into
food
account the
cooking.
fact that he
And they don't
gets
have the
over-
pressure of having
and
other
also
people like
gets in
hunting them
first.
down.
So it's
Like-
actually higher. It's probably closer to like a 20% chance.
Yeah. The weighted percentage, yeah, it's a bit higher because he's got some experience and skills that we don't have.
Oh fuck. Slimes.
Does anyone have lava?
I have like one, but that's not gonna be enough.
Oh my god, I know what he's doing.
I'm not AFK.
You
I'm
were
literally
AFK. Why are
sitting
you
right here.
AFK? He's your girlfriend again, aren't you?
Oh my goodness.
You've been texting her all manhunt.
I don't like this joke. Cut it out.
Does Bad have a girlfriend?
I
Probably not.
Bad has a girlfriend. He doesn't want anyone to know.
do not
That's
have
why
a
he doesn't like
girlfriend.
Like in a very nice.
Wait,
Oh my god, he's
guys,
killing
look.
slimes.
We're camping Dream out. I need something to do in the meantime.
Yep, I know exactly what he's building.
Someone on the team is completely and utterly useless, but I won't say who.
I won't
He's
say
gonna
who
say
it
it's
is,
me.
but I will
He's
say
gonna say
their
it's
name
me.
begins with a B.
In it.
I see him. I see his name.
Where?
He just
He's over
shifted.
there,
He's
over
right
there.
there.
It would be
Look at
funny
him.
to see fucking Tommy in a
He's
manhunt.
breaking the. Look.
Fine, I'll get him.
He's coming.
George is gone.
I should have gotten out.
Sending it. They're gonna send it bull nap.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know.
Here, let's send 2 people to go kill him.
That I saw it because I love you guys.
Shut up!
Listen. Wait.
He's right here! He's right here!
Kill him! Did he crawl in?
Stop him!
His feet!
Hit him!
Oh my gosh.
Get in.
Make sure you out. Okay, ready? Go. Where is he? He's up! He's crossing!
Be careful, don't fall.
Don't fall.
George is gone.
Hold on.
I got the
George!
internet. Everything.
What's up now?
Nice half
Guys,
nap.
careful. I have an axe. Does anyone have armor we can give him?
Here, it's right here.
Okay.
Okay. Oh my god, I'm full iron again. I have an iron axe, yeah.
Okay, nice.
It's actually kind of impressive how fast.
Oh, he's gonna move.
He just put it down.
He's got a fire machine. He's doing it
Again! I'll see you in the
Oh
end
my
city.
god.
I'll stop him.
Run fast
Oh,
for
yeah.
your
Oh,
mother,
you're gonna catch me,
run
Sam.
fast
You did this
for
last
your
time, too.
father,
Bye-bye.
run for your children and your sisters and
Save it too
brothers.
slow. Save it too
Love,
slow.
love, love,
Oh my goodness, Sapnap.
I'm going. Someone follow me. Someone follow me.
Speed bridge, speed bridge.
Come on, stop now.
Wait, you're actually ahead of him. Go, 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 go. You're beating him. You're going. He is.
I don't know why. That song just popped in my head.
Yes, keep going.
How close am I? How close am I?
Just keep going.
Come on.
But you actually might make it, I think. You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it. You're going to make it. He's to the right of you. He's to the right of you now. You need to go now. Go now. You can hit it. Keep going.
Oh, that's what the compass looks like. I always was like wondering if it was an actual compass or not.
Go, 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 go.
Come on, break it. Get it.
Sapnap being the MVP.
Yes. Let me go. Quick. Knock him off.
Watch out, Ant. Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Wait, what?
Sapnap literally was being the MVP of this episode. Of this manhunt. I fucking just got
Get back here, Sapnap. Just get back to us. Get back to us. We have your stuff.
Get ready.
You're fucked. All you now gotta do is fucking bridge.
Bad, come on, man. I'm stuck.
Oh my goodness. George, can you go back and give him help him get up?
He broke the machine.
We got him right here. Here, I'm gonna staircase up a little bit.
We're back on the long skirt. That makes me feel like a witch that I'm gonna wear tomorrow because I'm going out with my mom.
You're kidding me.
Quick. Keep the... Here,
which is gonna be interesting because I'm gonna see people who haven't seen me, so a lot of people don't know I have a septum ring or my tattoo.
What's he doing?
Just break it, yeah, just break it. Oh, he put wood down, bud.
What? Oh, fudge.
Yeah, I put wood down.
Here, just break it all so he can't,
Can you see something on the bottom?
I'm building up.
Sam, he might try to jump.
I have it, I still have it.
Okay.
No, he's trying back to the island.
Quick,
go up, Sapnap.
I'm up.
Here. I'm towering. Oh, fudge.
I'm gonna watch him for you.
Okay, tell me if he looks back.
Tell me if he starts to pull out his bow.
Go up.
I need help getting up.
Oh god, you can't see the island.
He's not shooting us.
Oh my goodness, he went even higher.
Is he out of arrows?
Careful. I'm ready. I know, I'm ready.
The dragon's head.
Oh god, I just realized what I sound like when I say that. That's kind of creepy.
Oh my gosh.
It's the stringer platform.
Is he still there? He's still up here.
He's still up there. He's coming up to you. The dragon is coming up.
Maybe the dragon will knock him first.
Bye.
Oh my gosh.
What?
It's right below us. It's literally right below us.
Oh,
it's circling you guys.
Yeah, they don't. Oh fuck. What's the one block the
Try and
dragon
get up here, guys.
break? Because I know they don't have it.
Yeah, be careful.
I know, I'm being careful.
Oh, the dragon's coming out. The dragon's coming back. Okay, good.
I'm right here. I'm putting water down.
Be careful, Bat. Be careful.
Careful.
He's building up. He's building up.
Bad.
I know.
What is his plan?
Is that a city?
He's definitely out of
Okay, he's running low.
He's definitely out of block.
Get ready.
Damn.
Oh.
Sam?
Oh my god. Nice one.
Wait, he jumped.
Oh, yeah,
He jumped. Go.
I'm coming through. Try and get my stuff.
Bad,
I'm
be
right behind
careful.
Ah!
Bad.
Fudge, careful.
Bad, just chill.
We don't want to get knocked. Be careful.
Thanks for all the food, Sam.
No.
He's got a fishing rod.
He's trying to fishing rod. Careful.
Just stay crouched.
Oh, he's trying to grab the stuff from the fishing rod.
Knock us back.
Fishing rod, me dream. Oh, you got
That's not bad.
What? Land it.
Yeah, you still want to be fishing rodded?
Observer. He's just down there.
Oh yeah, Sam had blocks too.
Oh, fudge. He's building. He's bridging. Careful. Just made a little tower extension. He's going. He's making like a little shape. Should we go up or should we stay down? What do you think?
He's making a grid.
Right up there. Just wait. You have George at the bottom. We're fine.
George, where are you?
I'm down here at the bottom.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Piece of hair does not want to go by my ears. They're too short.
I see like a slime ball and like random.
Oh no.
Oh, TNT block.
I died instantly.
Oh, TNT block.
Look out!
Oh my god, that one shot.
Oh my god.
Oh, George! We're gonna end this how it started, me and you, buddy.
Oh, that line hurt.
Guys, get back through.
That line kind of hurts.
George! Wait, you're gonna face it through his field?
Oh my gosh.
Guys, get back through now.
They don't have any of their stuff, so at this point they're fucked.
We're hurrying.
Lock himself in. Guys, get over here.
Oh, George!
We're hurrying.
What are you gonna do?
Come down here.
We need blocks. We need blocks.
Come down here, idiot. Come here.
Oh my gosh. Can you reach the next one here?
Yeah, I got
trying to break blocks.
No,
Hurry.
I got him off. You knocked him off?
You got
We don't have any.
Oh, he's fucked.
Go back through now. Go back through.
We're hurrying.
Blocks. Wait, oh my god. We
Oh my gosh, we need a block. We need a block. Someone, here, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna go get one.
Try and get a block. He might be in the water. We have to go quick.
I'm hurrying.
Oh my god, this is fucking anxiety.
Okay, I'm getting some.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's too far away.
The Ender Dragon is pulled up.
I got some. I got some.
I fell. Oh my god, there's a dragon.
He's still alive. He didn't die.
I'm in.
There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way.
No, just put the block on. Let's put the block on.
I have blocks, but we can't go through that.
Let's go.
There's no fucking way this works again.
Chest or something. Get
Oh,
get
I'm
blocks.
done.
Get some blocks. Get some blocks.
No way!
Again?
Yes! Oh my god!
Go, Satnap. Go.
Oh my gosh.
Whoever died there.
Bye!
He's done that again.
The end of manhunt!
I see him.
Yes!
Go! Just kill him.
Yes! Yes!
He has some of the most insane luck I've ever seen.
Punch him. Get him. Ah!
But again, also, I've done like insaner things, or like I have insane luck in Minecraft as well.
He's on the ground.
Oh my god.
Bye!
Let the dragon launch first, like launch us towards it. Yes, everyone gang up on him at once when he comes back down.
He plays water. He's jumping. Go.
Get him.
Kill him. Just gang up on him together.
This is what you all left us. Go.
Where is he?
I love when the dragon just goes.
He got launched. Get him.
He's right here. Oh my god.
Do it. Just kill him.
Everyone's dying.
I want to know who has dream killed the most in Dream Hunts and Manhunts now.
Put me on my misery.
Jesus.
He's in the ministry of me.
We can do it if all of us work together.
And Frost got knocked by the dragon. Bye, Dream. Bye, George.
5 hunters! 5 hunters! No!
His voice broke.
5! No! Let's go! Let's go!
Damn.
That's pain.
There's extra scenes. I want to watch this. The extra scenes are fucking funny.
I got the XP, so I'm the real winner.
Oh,
You can still hear the Genshin music.
God. I'm laying down. I hate this.
Are you serious?
No, you're not laying down.
I hate this.
Oh my god. Wait, the
unlucky.
the end. You didn't even see what happened in the end, George. Like how I lived.
How did
It's like it could not have been a more perfect
It might
like
be George,
ending
sorry,
throwback.
No, you're
Like, I guess
good.
It was a throwback to the 200, like in a way.
George, hit you off?
Yeah, you hit me off. You hit me off. I fell in water. I was like flowing down water, like just like in the other one. I had nothing I could do. I had no pearls. I had nothing. But you died. So instead of it, like, did you get killed last time or was it Sapnap?
It was Sapnap.
You
Killed me
last
last
time, right?
I killed
So this time,
In fact, I
you-
remember
you
that.
died. You dropped your pearls
You're good.
on
for
like the side,
caps. They're
and I
fine.
fishing roded them to me
That's
from like the
fine.
side of the cliff that you landed
Wait.
on.
What?
You fished my pearls.
I fished your pearls,
if
and
I
that's how I
just-
lived.
If I just didn't
Are you
pearl,
serious?
if I just didn't pearl to the cliff,
I was
you
dead.
would've
I
died.
think I was dead. I mean, maybe I had something else, but I'm pretty sure I didn't have anything else I could have done.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I
'cause
sat
he-
there. I
He
like, sat
couldn't.
there, like,
He was
what do I
he
do?
was
I'm
out
dead.
of
I'm literally
reach,
dead. I was
and he
like,
couldn't
contemplating
land
all
in the
way
area.
I landed this epic pearl to the cliff, and then you survived because of it.
Oh my god.
Oh, look
That's
at
like
that.
that's basically like a throw. That's a
Look at
throwback
that
to the 200.
building
We might
the
as well be.
trophy.
I feel like you couldn't really have a much closer like what throwback. I guess you could, obviously. Someone else dies, like someone else gets killed by someone. I guess me using someone on the hunter's team's pearls to live. That's kind of like a
Yeah, that's an
throwback
old
in a
one.
way.
Damn.
Well, 5 hunters, and that's.
hate
I mean, there's no. This is like this is the first time in a long time where we've ended a manhunt and had no like plan for a future one. Like, we don't have a date scheduled or like when we generally
Wait,
plan to upload.
you
or
haven't
anything.
told them the new plan?
What's the new plan?
Manhunt's continuing on my channel. Link in the description. Let's go. New upload tomorrow. Go subscribe.
He's lying. He's lying. I don't think there'll be a manhunt for at least 6 months, but I think it'll probably be longer. I think we might do like I feel like
Fuck.
we're bound to do like 600s at some point, right? But I feel like it might be like as like a reunion type thing. Like we'll do like a reunion, like maybe like a year or something. Or I don't know. I honestly don't know. Right now, there's definitely no plans to do it for at least the next like 6 months, or so. So it's the first
Well,
time
knowing that they have the IRL
Manhunt,
plan.
Manhunt's over. Manhunt break, I guess. Lots of new stuff coming on my channel though.
Bye, Manhunt.
Congrats, you muffin head.
I'm glad I won the last one. That's all I care about.
That was so unfortunate.
That TNT was fucking good.
Finales, which I'm happy with.
Okay.
When it comes down to it.
Take your trophy.
That's so cute.
Oh, that's a nice trophy.
No, that's a
it's a
5.
5
That's,
hunters.
you're 5
Oh,
hunters.
that's true. Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah, 5 is the same as an ass. Look. Wait, no, it's not. Wait,
Well, it's
it
not
is.
the same, but it's similar.
You didn't.
It's basically the same.
There we go. Now it looks more like a 5.
Yeah, that's
I'm
nice.
so glad I changed my username.
You did it, Dream. How
from
does
my
it
very old
feel?
one.
How does it
It
feel?
feels great, like, actually.
Because I'd be rating
That would've been
S's
more
like
amazing
5,
if we
so I'm so glad I
all
don't have to
punched
sign
you
anything
to
with
death with our
S's.
fist.
You guys have to see.
Well,
Wait,
except the
how-
end of
were you
Venus.
guys recording like throughout the whole manhunt? You were.
I
right?
was.
Some of you were. Donna
I
was. George was. Okay. Yeah. So, there's a couple clips I'll probably want to.
I forgot you can record OBS.
Because I want there's a couple perspectives.
I'm deleting it.
No, don't. But at the end, wait, what did you see at the end when I dropped the TNT? Like, I'm shocked that killed all you. I thought maybe it would kill a couple of you because like you guys were like out over the void. Like, where are you gonna go if I'm dropping TNT on you?
Why were you dropping that other stuff?
The
though?
problem.
Well, I just was
with
baiting
the
you
TNT
over.
The problem with
Oh.
the
That's
TNT is
smart.
like by the time it got to us, it insta blew up. It was
Yeah,
like,
it was like so primed. Like
I
it was
was-
swelling when I first saw it. Like the first frame I saw it, it
and
was
I think I
swelling.
might have died still.
Yeah, shield
Damn.
doesn't protect TNT.
That's so dumb. Ah!
Wait, so you just thought you were blocking it and then it Sims killed you?
Yeah, I was like, what?
I died like the instant I saw it, it was already exploding. I just died
wait,
instantly.
shield doesn't block TNT?
I don't think, not if it's right on top of
Wait,
me,
it
right?
blocks creepers though, right?
No, shield doesn't. I'm pretty sure shield doesn't block TNT, but it might block it if you're perfectly. But TNT like has a bigger explosion radius than like, creeper. So
Yeah, I feel like really close to it, then it won't block it.
I think even if it's, I don't think it. I'm not even sure it blocks it at all, but it might. But it's really hard to block it. But yeah. Anyway, I jumped. You have to see.
I
It was
just
kind of
tested
epic.
It doesn't block it at all.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I thought it didn't block it at all.
I was blocking like 3 blocks in front of it and it just insta killed me.
Yeah. I like, you have to see my perspective. I jumped off and like I wanted to go like as far as I could, so I placed a slime block and like bounced way up in the air. That's why I landed next to you, George. That was epic.
What?
Like I
Wait,
jumped
you
from my tower,
clutched with
placed
a
a slime
slime
block on
block?
like another tower, and then bounced even lower than that to you, George. That's where I landed
What?
by you in MLG.
Are you
That's
serious?
just epic. That's just epic. That was just for show. Come on, that was just for show.
What?
No, that was effective. I was like, I want to place the TNT, get out, because just I thought the reason I want to do the slime is I thought you'd live, so I thought I could like I could get away. And I thought I'd go down and like kill George, because I knew George was alone down there.
Oh,
I
I
didn't know what
see
he had.
the
but-
slime block.
Here.
Yeah.
You
No
jumped,
way.
like-
So you jumped?
Wait, what?
Yeah,
And
I
you
jumped,
landed there.
slime block
and then
there,
you
and then went
MLG'd
down,
down
and
here.
MLG'd down there. That's epic.
That's so ridiculous.
I couldn't even see because like it doesn't look how it looks now. Whenever like you free the end, like it brightens up. Like it was like dark. I couldn't even see where anything was down there.
I can't believe it instant killed Sabnap too. He had full diamond. It
Yeah,
just
but
instant killed
TNT
him.
just like
I want to see. I want to see. You need to send me a
a
perspective of that part. So I might put it in the video. I don't know.
I don't think. No, he didn't have full diamond. He was missing the helmet because he died with the
job.
helmet on.
Pain. That's so frustrating.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
so
wait,
upset
so
at
what are you
myself
doing
for
here?
failing
The
the
water was
pearl
like
clutch.
this.
Oh yeah, George, you knocked me. Oh
Well,
yeah,
I
yeah. The water was
knocked
like
you
this.
off?
Yeah.
Wait, you picked the water up, right?
Well, yeah, because I just MLG'd.
But
The
it
only
was
reason the
just-
water was there because I MLG watered.
There's like so many factors lined up into making that possible.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy. That's
and,
just.
then you,
it's-
and I knocked you off and you landed in this water. So oh, that's my enemy. I thought it was my stuff.
Yeah.
Then you fishing rodded my stuff from here.
Yeah, it was like your stuff was like here. The thing is, I thought even when I had the idea to do it, I literally thought I was still I thought I was still screwed because like I was trying to fish rod, my fishing rod wasn't reaching, And like eventually, when I was like, I didn't even know I fishing rodded it. And I checked my inventory and I saw that I had the pearls. And I was like, I fishing rodded it. No way. Because like, I couldn't even see. I think I was below. I'm pretty sure I was like down here whenever I got it. Not 100% though. There's so many different. There was so many factors. Like the TNT had to go.
Pearl clutch as well.
Oh, that was crazy.
Wait, look,
my gosh.
You know what else that I had to take in the net? Wait, how do I find the nether portal?
We literally had so much diamond. Like
I think that was probably the most epic end to a manhunt ever. Like it has to be. I feel like in my mind that was epic. That was like most other ends have been like more like controversial or like I don't know. There's been like a I don't know.
That looks so purple
like,
compared to the other colors.
I guess I owned you guys there, but right at the end.
Oh, I actually like that color. I didn't think it was gonna be as purple.
Wait, Jordan, TP to me. Look at this. Look, so you know how I... Okay, where are we? So like, when I had to come back to the nether, every time I had to come down here. Here, I'll go in survival mode, so you can see.
Yeah.
Look, you go in survival mode as well. Look,
no,
so I had to come down here. I took damage. Come down here. This path is so stupid.
Fall back to that. Fall back. Yeah.
And then I come down here. More damage. Down here. More damage. Down here. And then...
Yeah.
So that's why he kept dying so often because of this.
Then down here, I had to like parkour like so carefully. I didn't want to take the least damage on. I had no blocks, no weapons, no food.
I would have hit him into the lava.
Like 10 bajillion times. I know this path like the back of my hand. Look, through here, right, left.
Oh my gosh.
Right, through here, and then half the time, look, on this little bridge over here, on this bridge here, there'd be hoglins
you just, George, you just naturally snuck on that magma.
Yeah, I know the magma box here. Like half the time.
Oh my gosh.
There would be hoglins here, and I had to fight them half the time. And I come over here.
Wait, there's a strider going up the lava. There's a strider going up the lava.
And then I have to climb up this way. So you're stupid. And then sometimes these stupid piglins would fight me.
Oh, my mouse doesn't show up on the web scene.
Wait. And then you have to come right.
Yeah.
Look, there's a hoglin there. And then another hoglin. I'm gonna die. I didn't die. There's another guy that wants to kill me.
I'm like so dying.
I don't even know where. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's here. Look.
I was wondering how you died so many times. This is so far.
Yeah, look, you're like, George is such an idiot, you keep dying. Yeah, I had to like travel through here 50 million times. I'm on 1 heart right now. And I have to come all the way over here. And then I think I died to a ghast over here one time as well. And then, wait. Look,
there's a ghast.
Let's go.
I'm on 1 heart. What do you mean, let's go? Okay,
Kill him again.
I'm gonna die.
Oh my god, you're gonna get shot. You're getting shot at by the gas.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like he should have died there, but that's...
I think I died here to a ghast.
Are you on half a heart?
Yeah. And then down here. And I almost died to skeletons in this suit. I'm out of food. Okay, I'm just going to game mode. Look, then we come all the way over here. Still
He's on half a heart and out of food.
On these blocks.
Yeah.
And then finally
it's
I
like
made
the
it to
longest,
the
most treacherous path.
Why'd you guys make him come to you? You should have just brought him his stuff.
I died to a wood skeleton here.
That's what's so funny, actually.
That's
Like,
crazy.
I was like yelling at him to like hurry up. I didn't
Even
realize
just
he was
then,
like.
it took ages to get back.
I didn't realize he was like doing like the.
And I had cheats.
Journey of
I
a
didn't realize
lifetime.
this was that. Whatever. How'd you have cheats?
But right now, I mean, like I said, even right now, it took ages, and I had cheats because I just wanted to create.
That's
I was
insane.
like, you had cheats.
Oh
What
my
were you not
gosh.
telling us? You're like, and I had fly, and I still.
Yeah, and I was flying the whole time.
Midway through, I installed a client.
Dies too much, he installs a fucking client.
I should
That was so
That's
annoying.
funny.
Getting back
I was
here.
dying.
And I did that part like I don't even know how many times. When you're editing, you like count how many times I did it and put it on the screen right now. It's too much work. I'm not gonna do it, but whatever. Maybe you'll do it. Who knows?
Only dream knows.
No, I won't do it. I'm too lazy.
That
Just
was
a casual,
awesome.
no.
You guys
How
had
was that
full
awesome?
diamond from like the very beginning. That was
How was that
annoying.
awesome?
Oh yeah, the Ant
Yeah,
and
that was epic.
Sam went and got a bunch.
Oh, yeah, so you
You
guys
know
just
about
did.
that
There's like a
dream?
glitch. This explain it more. Explain it more because
Okay.
It's not a glitch,
I
it's-
know what it is. Like I've heard of it, but I didn't know. I didn't know if it still. I didn't know it still worked on this version.
So there's a generation thing like in the code where whenever you see circles of clay in like rivers and swamps and stuff, if you go a certain number of blocks like in a direction from those, then like there's like a really good chance that diamonds form there.
And so me and Ant in the beginning, like we weren't chasing you in the beginning. Like if you remember, like we didn't chase you because we had planned that like we were just gonna go get stuff and like.
I
go
was
try and do it as
wondering
quick
where
as
they
possible,
were because I was
like,
like, wait, I don't see
if we
them
get
running.
really good stuff in the beginning, like there's nothing you can do, right? And so, well, we thought there was something you could do, I guess. But, anyways, so yeah, we just went and like found a river like in the mesa and started like finding the clay spots. And then I was telling Ant where to dig down, and then I'd go find another one and dig down, and then we'd swim back up with water buckets every time that like we would dig down, and like we had to dig like way down, like almost like really deep to find the veins. And we'd find them and like get those diamonds, swim out, and we collected as many as we could.
Thank you.
My knee on my desk.
This is just what happens when like I have nothing really to say and like
goodness, ridiculous.
my brain is literally not just a radio station, it's just switching through songs.
On average, you would get that many diamonds as you guys got. Because you guys got a lot of diamonds.
As my brain literally skips through Casino.
Like we had some really good veins.
Casino,
like, two of
yeah.
the veins I got were like 16s. I mean,
Fuck!
8s, so I got 16 total.
Yeah.
Like some of the veins, and we found a mine shaft that had.
So there's a
diamonds in it,
mine
too.
shaft
like,
as
We found a
well,
mine
so-
shaft, and like there was just tons of stuff there, like in the mesa.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mesa spawn was cool. Made the video unique
It was.
as well.
It kind of sucked though. There was like no food.
Yeah, there wasn't much food. I had to steal your guys' fish. Callahan, wow.
Oh, there goes Callahan.
Look, Callahan, say your first words in the manhunt. No way. It's the final.
Wait. Oh
wait,
my gosh.
Wait. This is what we do. I'm gonna let the final words in potentially in manhunt be spoken by Callahan.
I think that's a bad idea.
No, it's a good idea.
I think it should be me.
No, it should be Callahan. Okay. Callahan's been the hero behind the scenes to make sure the server doesn't crash. And
He honestly
make sure
has.
that if the server's lagging and stuff, things are resolved and that etc. So he's the hero. Callahan, sign us off.
Let's go.
No one say anything.
Okay.
Yeah, he's an idiot. George, say the final say the final words, George.
Bye.
Okay, no, okay.
Follow at Callahan at Twitter, thanks.
Just before he said the Callahan thing.
Lol.
That better not be a joke for the video. Actually, caught up.
No, I am. I'm cutting.
Yes, I'm the final word. Yes.
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 Oh no.
Yes.
Should have typed it faster, Callahan.
Oh, Sam had the last word. Wait, there's a tier list for epic moment. That's a 42-minute video. I'm watching that later. Every engagement counts. Best line of Manhunt. We're gonna end this how it started, just you and me, George. Everyone's so invested with the path. I still have Genshin pulled up. Why do I still have Genshin pulled up? I don't know. Oh, let's fuck around in Genshin for a little bit longer. I got both the girls. Let's do a casual fuck around and find out. Where is she?
All is accounted for. Let's move out.
I love how she just casually does a... Ah, fuck. There we go. Let me switch the category before I forget like a dumbass. Is it the next update this comes out? I'm checking my Discord for the chasm. Is it? Hayato comes out next update. Yep. Also, the chasm is gonna have a new boss, which I'm not excited for. We gotta take her home. We gotta take Kokomi home. She's home. There she is. I was about to say, I don't even think that's... No, it's possible to get out. I'm just being dumb. Because when the fuck am I not stupid? Alright, I don't have enough to build any of them at the moment. I have friendship points with them. Damn. Hey, yo. I know it's gonna go all into defense, which would be nice.
Cat, thank you so much for the raid! How you doing, friend? How you doing?
What the fuck? My phone went off. Hi, cat. Let's see if I fix this. Let's see if I fix my shout out. Yep, I did. Hey. Welcome, welcome. Oh god, it's gonna go through all this bullshit first. One new attribute. Fuck. Perfect. I don't care. I want that crit rate to go up. We had a fun time. My wallet kind of hates me at the moment. Randomly upgrades one attribute. Thank fuck it went to crit rate. Thank fuck there's a god. I will honestly take her having high defense. Her goddamn defense is gonna be so fucking high. Oh shit, let's not. I got rid of the circlet I was gonna use. Oh god, whoops. Oh shit. Yep, I got rid of the circle I was gonna use. I'll take the HP. Elementary attack. Crit, holy shit. Crit rate? Ooh. Actually, I'll switch those. Attack, attack. I got rid of my circlet, which had healing. I have to be back. I have to use the bathroom. I'll be back. Artifact details. I have to switch these two. Healing bonus, none. Energy recharge. Leg hurts. Okay. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. I'm so angry I accidentally got rid of the circlet I was gonna put on her. Never mind. Okay, that works. These aren't the best to use, and I know they're not the best. But again, I'm a dumbass who fucking forgets. I almost put that on her because I was reading it, but she's not a cryo. That's pyro, amino. Again, I wasn't paying attention to this. Cryo. HP, cryo. Pyro. Hydro. I don't use Mona. Defense. Equipped. Elementary mastery, defense. Both of them are just gonna give her more health. Cool. Ayy. Alright. I want to go fight some people. I just realized everything's gonna be way too overpowered. Hold the fuck up. There's gonna be people here I could probably hit. Let me fight someone with the pretty rainbow. I have dailies I have to do. Hold the fuck up. Because I know the areas I need to go to get things. Oh, this is gonna be... Hey, guess what I don't have?
Emerge. Right here. Right now.
I have 2 catalysts. I keep hitting.
Shine down.
Excellent.
Rest and rebuild.
There we go.
Right here.
I was like, why is she not moving?
There is no escape.
Yeah, I'll say this once more. I'm a simp for every single goddamn character.
Come on out. Emerge.
I keep forgetting. Fuck. Got it. Where is this?
Illusion shattered. Right here. Right now. Right here.
Excuse me, coming through. I'm more mad that I missed this more than anything at the moment.
Allow me.
Holy shit. Wait, where's the other one? There he is. That's a slime. Okay.
Right now. Emerge. Right now.
Let's move out. Allow me.
Okay, yep, not dealing with this. I'm not dealing with that bullshit. Well, reasonable. Shields annoy me to no fucking end. Where the fuck are the rest of these? This statue's almost finished and it's pissing me off. I know I already did this, but I want to see what the fuck they had on her. Cause I might give her Barbara's healing stuff, which aren't the best. What artifacts do they have on her? Holy shit. Oh yeah, this is 100% her set. Healing bonus plus 15%. Holy shit! God damn! That's all I wanted to see. That is all I wanted to see. Goddamn. Profile.
Respect must be given to the will of every creature. Each fish in the ocean swims in its own direction.
Don't tell her about Klee. Klee fucking literally blows up fish for a living. I know I just gave her an artifact. Okay, this one does do higher damage. Where's Barbara's shit? Oh shit, that's right. I gave her a lot of the traveling doctor stuff. Okay, wait. 4-piece. I need to change this for Shingho. What is the better stuff for traveling doctor? Oh shit! Hey yo, that kind of spicy to look at. Whoever the fuck had this. Defense. One of my pyro characters is gonna get what the fuck just happened? One of my pyro characters is gonna be getting good tonight. HP. That's Jean. Can you tell what characters I don't use? Compare. I don't use her. She doesn't need it. Sorry, Jean. I really don't care. Okay, so I have more crit damage, and then I have some healing. Cool! There they are.
Shine down.
I knew I wanted her for a reason.
Illusion shattered.
Fuck!
Hold the line.
You're fucking joking me, right? And now we all know why Xiao's getting replaced, right? Right? Oh, duh. I was like, wait. Cool. Why? Oh. This is why. I was unfortunately extremely unlucky. Bennett, no. There's gotta be other shit around here. I'm not doing this one because this one has the shields. We're exploring with the new wifeys. For a second, I thought that was fire. I was about to be like, what is happening? Perfect, more victims. I keep hitting 4.
Yeah. Rest and rebuild.
Fuck, he's immune. Bop! Again, I'm straight up just bullying a fucker.
Hold the line. Covenant of the deep.
Okay, there it is. Fuck! Oh, you're still alive.
Shine down.
I just realized with the new region coming in, we can literally have an entire team of just the Archons. Huh. That's gonna be a fun team. I wanna know what the fuck is on that island. Also, her outfit's pretty. That's all I want to say. Thank you. Fuck no! I keep forgetting. Some of these characters aren't Shao. So they're gonna take damage. I was about to say, why does this area look familiar? It's where we first spawned. I'm looking at something. I know.
Ready when you are.
How?
Dodge this. Cool it.
Okay, cool. We're walking over there. I don't care. With Ganyu, it takes too long before anyone questions.
Freeze.
See, you think I would do productive shit? No.
Dodge this. Freeze. Dodge this.
God, I haven't used him in such a long time. And it's been fucking forever.
Cool it. Dodge this.
Look, I'm curious to what the fuck this is. I haven't looked over here enough to figure out what this area is.
Freeze.
And I have literally died trying to get here.
Dodge this.
I've accidentally murdered Shao.
Freeze.
Oh god.
Cool it.
If this is not terrifying enough. Oh, thank you. I was about to be like, please shut up.
Dodge this.
This is just terrifying.
Cool it.
Oh god, that melts. We're almost there.
Freeze.
Fuck.
Dodge this.
I was about to say, whatever artifacts I have on him are making this extremely well.
Freeze.
That's like a list of fucking things I need to do.
Dodge this. Freeze.
Every time this mic changes color in my peripheral vision, I keep thinking it's dying. When I know it's really plugged in and it's not like my mouse that really flashes a different color at me.
Cool it.
Suddenly you're asking.
Freeze.
And you broke me first.
Dodge this.
Sangayomi Kokomi. I love her. I love the one voice where she's like,
freeze.
My name is Kokomi. What's up, shorty? I love when she does that.
Dodge this. Cool it.
There's probably a faster way to get this, but it's like I give a shit. Woo! Da. Let me get to this random island that I've been curious about ever since I fucking tried to get here beforehand.
Dodge this.
Also, there's people I know who literally try to ice bridge to Inazuma.
Cool it.
So this is nothing new than me trying to get here.
Freeze.
I don't even know what sword he has, because that does not match him.
Dodge this. Cool it.
I just want to witness it. There it goes. I was like, I just want to witness it. Oh god.
Dodge this.
That works in my favor. There's no way I'm swimming there yet.
Cool it.
Because I will literally fucking drown. And I do not want that to happen. Ah! Well, we swimming. I wasn't paying attention. And we swimming. If I had catching, this would be fucking easier. Oh, there's no way in fucking hell I'm making it. There's no way on God's green earth I'm making it. I'm just gonna hold this button and pray for the best. I was about to say, and I don't even think there's a way to, like, summon the boat here, which is... What is this? What is this place? What did you put here? Wow, my hair really said, fuck you. Oh, what is over here? I'm a curious bitch. I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I made it so far, what the fuck? I made it so far, what the fuck? We going back. We going back, we doing this. Also, can we talk about how there's only 2 cryo guys? Alright, where is it? There it is. Okay.
Dodge this.
We back at it again. Because I want to know what the fuck is over there.
Cool it.
I'm gonna try to pay attention and not fall into the fucking water again.
Freeze.
Because I'm a very curious child. And I swear to God, if there's an easier way to get here and I discover that, I'm gonna be pissed.
Dodge this.
Also, why does this outfit kind of remind me of Vex from The Legends of Vox Machina? As I'm just looking, it gives me the Vex vibes.
Freeze.
La-di-dee, la-di-da, la-di fucking get me over there.
Dodge this.
Why can't I not summon the fucking fish?
Cool it.
Why can't I not swim over there with Kokomi? Like, what is this?
Dodge this. Cool it.
I'm not just thinking about all the characters in this game that I'm like, yeah, I simped for. Alright, we're making progress. We're almost there. We're not almost there.
Cool it.
But we have fixed the progress we have lost because I was a dumbass who took my hair out of my ponytail and I fell into the water.
Dodge this.
Come on, I can see it.
Cool it.
God, I really should like drag someone to a Discord call and just be like, hi, talk to me while I'm doing this. Because my brain is literally going, no, we're not entertaining, fuck this.
Freeze. Dodge this.
Come down to the Black Sea, summon with me.
Freeze.
As I can still smell her perfume. I didn't give up on you. Cause you say your ex-boyfriend's a policeman.
Freeze.
Well, I say he needs better standards. You say your ex-boyfriend's a policeman. Well, I say you need better standards.
Cool it.
It's 2:45 a.m. and I just bite my tongue. And take me on your life. And now you found the one. But I don't like his eyes. And I just destiny.
Freeze.
And I hate the haircut. They look like a prick. But it's all the same. You drafted me to cry. Your tongue is razor sharp. I miss wearing a bad, but I let you on standby. And he serenades you. I can't really blame you.
Cool it.
But I can still smell her perfume.
Dodge this.
Didn't rub off on you.
Freeze.
As soon as I got her friends, we abruptly fell in love. And she was in the dust, darling, lights and streaming past. So she learned to lie. She learned how to pretend. Drama in the future means to an end. Why can't you be a dick? Why must you be so nice?
Cool it.
It's hard for me to move on when I don't really hate you. Hate you.
Freeze.
I really hate you. But I can still smell
Dodge
the
this.
perfume. My brain really set a radio station mode. Let's go.
Cool it.
Think he realizes that he's infatuated with our dear possessions apart from social policies. His daddy works on the council. Isn't love a silver spoon? Well, she never worry about this boy was too good to lose.
Dodge this.
And I listen carefully. It's pressed to the water when you're still infatuated with the truth.
Freeze.
My brain literally skipped like the entire chorus of sex cells. God damn. And I usually like sex cells. Hi, why is everything getting progressively grayer?
Dodge this.
Where am I going? Am I entering hell? Am I entering a part of Celeste? Where am I ending up at?
Cool it.
Did I just agree to die? Why do I look like an anime protagonist?
Freeze.
I'm now just looking at myself in my camera with my hair like this. Why do I look like... No. I look like the bisexual side character that everyone just infatuates on. God fucking damn it. I hate this when I'm also not mad because I cut my hair like this. Come on, we're almost there. I can smell it.
Cool it.
I can't tell you if that was a burp or a hiccup, but it hurt. I don't care. I'm not risking me losing energy for this shit. I'm not risking losing energy for this shit.
Cool it.
I pulled this guy out from the depths of the closet. I can't tell if I'm hearing the wind from outside or from the game.
Freeze. Dodge this.
What? I got an achievement! Reach the nameless island north of Mondstadt. Where am I? God, my trust issues really said, hold up. Oh! Hey, yo! Well, we doing this now. No. I did it wrong. Okay, cool. Why is there a... Okay. Let me try something. Damn it. Give me you. Give me you. Okay, fuck it. Oh, I was about to be like, damn, I really got nothing out of that. Damn. There's something here. I see the amino sign. Oh shit, there's more stuff. Iron chunks. What? What? Oh, it's a sundial. Hmm. me is getting deeply in what the fuck did I just find? That's a firework. Read. Oh shit! Wrong thing! I knocked my camera. I knocked so many things. Okay. Read. Okay. So 2 to 5. We're skipping an entire day. I should be doing the Archon quest, but I'm not because I'm not fucking fighting the Raiden Shogun. I fucking knocked my mic! Huh. It also says if you're not a vision bearer. Oh shit. Which...
There's still a long road ahead.
Guess who's not a vision bearer? What is here? Hey, yo! What is that? Why does she have an Avonius sword? Why is there a chest? What is happening? What have I discovered?
Is this an answer from this world?
If I come near you, are you gonna activate? Cool. Okay.
I'll keep this close.
There's one there. There's one there.
What the fuck did I find?
Okay. Am I about to look this up? Kind of.
Come on out. Show them. Emerge. Yeah.
Oh my god, the ear twitch. Hmm. Cause it's past 5. Huh. Fuck. Raiden gets privileges. Eh. Hmm. Hmm. Wait, oh my god, are the traces gone? Whoa, ayo. Holy shit, the traces are gone. Alright, so the traces are gone until this time. This is when they come back. Yeah, here they are. Oh, well, there's multiple.
There is no escape.
I need Jean for this. Hold up. Let's see. Fuck. Party setup. Observe the shadow in the sundial. Yada yada yada. Traveler, I love you. But give me Jean.
Ready for anything.
Give me another healer. If you're telling me I fucking guessed that. Okay, cool. I know where they are. But how the fuck am I supposed to get to that one? Are you telling me that didn't work? I've only gotten rid of one. That one didn't come back. Oh shit. Alright, where's this last one? Magic, please show me where the last one is. There it is. I don't like that. Oh, son of a bitch! Fuck!
Right now, emerge.
Hey, guess what I didn't do?
Let's move out.
Oh shit! Hey! Hey, buckaroo!
Let's move out. Right now.
I fucking had a bad feeling about this and I was right.
Illusion shattered.
No!
Right here. Right now. Right here.
Shine down.
Now you've got my attention. Right now. Emerge. Right now.
Oh, he's done for. I fucking knew something was gonna be summoned. I fucking knew it. Where the fuck did it go? They're all gone. Huh? Oh no. I literally got all of them. Oh shit, what's the time? We're gonna just keep going until 2. Again, I should be defeating the fucking Raiden Shogun, but I'm over here like, nah. Oh, there's one more. Where is it? Magic. Was it actually over there? Yep, it's still there. Aw, damn.
Go as one.
I know who we need for this. I'm switching out Kokomi really quickly. Kaya, we need you.
Oh, I'm looking forward.
Shut up, we just need you for the ice bridge. Fuck.
Cool it.
Go as one.
Oh god, what did I unlock? A fucking yo? What have I summoned? Am I about to have Development on my ass? What is happening? Hello?
Barely a scratch.
Oh my god! Ah! Fuck.
What's the hurry?
Right here.
Illusion shattered.
Freeze.
Go as one.
Oh fuck. Go, 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 go. Ah! Hey, yeah, this has come to my attention. I'm not fucking losing this bitch.
Shine down.
Okay. Again, I think I haven't said this. Jean's healing is the fucking worst.
Emerge.
At least how I built her.
Emerge.
There is no escape.
I'm so mad I don't have a bow user.
Right here. Right now.
Fuck.
Emerge. Right here.
Shine down.
Right now.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Damn! Shit!
Emerge. Right now. Emerge. Right now. Emerge. Right now.
I'm about to do this with two. What? Huh? Oh shit. Oh, fuck, there was more. What the fuck did I discover? Can I choose my character? Can fuck. Hello, what did I find?
There is no escape.
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Go as planned.
Come on. Don't care. Oh, hell yeah. Get out of here. Got you time.
What are my orders?
Oh no, it's going over there. No. Oh, I got a log.
Shine down.
Damn, where is it? Am I just being stupid? Question, there's a fucking chest.
Take them. I have no need.
Why did it sound like she was talking directly to me? Oh god. Hello. Where the fuck is this thing? About to say, is it in the fucking sky? Oh yeah, I was about to say, isn't she the one person you can't cook with in this game? Hmm. Where the fuck is it? I'm in a tree. Just out of curiosity. Up the... That's a boss! That's the, I'm pretty sure that's the flower. I'm gonna fucking fall. Oh shit. Whoopsie. Yeah, there it goes. Oh god, yeah, Miko's about to fucking die. Okay, that's a mint. I'm slipping into Jean because she has heals. Oh, fuck. Hold up. Wrong button. I'm assuming both the dials will point in the same thing if it's the times. We're just gonna guess. Haha.
Emerge.
Alright, there's one. It's the fact that I remembered that until, like... Ha, hello! This is where everyone comes to play.
Emerge. There is no escape. Access denied. Illusion shattered. Right now. Emerge.
I was about to say, is it just me or is Raiden, or is, not Raiden? I should have switched to Noelle for this to get the better... Damn. Fuck.
Barely a scratch.
There you are. Why did he get more powerful?
Right here. Emerge.
There is no escape.
Right now. Emerge.
Fuck. This is why we fucking appreciate Amiko in this household.
Illusion shattered. The thunder falls silent.
Shit. Where's Ganyu? There she is.
That's quite enough. Emerge. Right here. Right now.
Oh my god, I just clenched my teeth to the end of fucking hell. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Right here. Right now.
Oh god, I'm so used to like other things.
We're way behind schedule.
That's quite enough. Right here. Right now.
I'm sorry but at the moment our healer's kind of shit. Is he stuck on the thing?
Emerge. Right now. Right here.
That should not have worked.
Fuck it. That's quite enough. Fuck. Nothing lasts forever.
Meant to do jeans.
Wind, hear me.
Now just everyone stay in the goddamn circle.
Everyone has their limits. Right now. Emerge. Access denied. Go as planned. Next on the agenda. Rex Lapis.
No, damn it.
I am sorry.
Damn it. I even saw that too. Shit.
I'm
I don't think it's enough. Damn it, hold out for 62 seconds.
Right now, emerge.
Where is it? Oh my god. Holy shit. It's 10 fucking 30. What the fuck? Well, you see, magical bullshit of visions. Oh shit. Hey, we did it! Is there a way for me to get back there? No, the fuck there's not. Shit. Alright, let's head to a statue. So I can fucking heal gun you. I need 10 fucking more. Alright.
Take heart. Victory will be ours.
I want Kokomi. I don't know why.
Breathtaking.
I feel like she still only has her apprentice notes, so I have to change that.
Right here.
There is no escape.
Fuck. Yep, I thought I switched out her weapon. Okay, cool. Actually, that's pretty good. Huh. I might have to switch this. I'm debating on it because I know it's Barbara's signature weapon. But I might replace that. Actually, no, no. Where's a cook? Because I want to make fucking fun of this. Because I love this about the Raiden Shogun. This character cannot cook. I fucking love that. Damn. Yeah, no, fuck that. I'm not doing that one just yet. I've never seen one of those who has a time limit that's not an event. My skirt got stuck to my chair. This feels weird having this team, because I know I'm gonna remove the two of them because this is the girlfriends, because this is a joke. This is my actual party. I'm gonna switch out Lisa though for... Where is she? I'm gonna switch out
All is
Kokomi.
accounted for. Let's move out.
And just so that I can have more, Will it be difficult? What the fuck am I doing? Sure, send me into a domain of hell. Why not? I just imagine, because they're seeing like the Traveler, just imagine they saw the Raiden fucking Shogun just walking. But honestly, I want fucking Venti. Like, I just want an entire team of the Archons. So am I, buddy, so am I. Where the hell am I going? Where? Where is it? Let me have it. Ah.
Insolent.
Hello. Oh fuck, it's one of these. It's one of these towers. One of the rare times I wish I had an albedo. How the fuck do I even... How the fuck do I get up there? I did not just accidentally almost kill the Raiden Shogun. What you talking about? Ah, here it is. See, sometimes I'm just fucking stupid.
Rest and rebuild.
Shine down.
No touching. Emerge. Right now. Right here. Well, what do we have here?
Alright, cool. I got more of the traveling doctor stuff.
Show them. Emerge. Born of ice and frost.
Okay, cool. I was like, there's a chest in here I need a pyro for. No, this is just gonna be the late night gaming. Holy shit, why is Ganyu almost dead? The fuck? The fuck? The fuck is this? Mm-hmm. Am I... Am I in the back room? I have to use the bathroom really quickly. And I'm also gonna change out of my skirt into leggings, so I will be back. Is the fact I still have not unpacked? Sushi. Okay, bye-bye. I'm back. Sushi did not want to come into the room, which is sad. So are we gonna explore the back rooms of Genshin? Or are we?
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Huh. Oh. Never mind, I know what these are. These are custom domains. Yeah, it's literally it's the event that people can do. Huh. And response, yada yada yada, let me do this with Raiden Shogun, please. I keep hitting my fucking mic. Oh! I knew it! Okay, they're on the same plane. Q's to go lower. Ah, fuck. Okay. Oh, here we go. There we go. Save. Now that should work. Ah, damn. Oh, here we go. This is literally just a place to make custom commands. Yeah, what? I was just gonna leave. Because I don't vibe with these. Is that it? Is that all I gotta do? Cool. Fuck no, I'm not doing that either. I haven't leveled that up yet. I need to do that. Fuck this commission. Again, she's pretty. Even though she wants me fucking dead. Actually, let me go to a statue of the 7 to put this fucking thing in. Because I realized I actually... We have to do it with Ganyu. Yeah, because it gives me a stone of remember. This thing literally requires more. Fuck me, I guess. I feel like if I go here, it's still gonna drag me too. Motherfucker, ow! I'm not in pain, what are you talking about? It's pretty privileges. What's wrong? The what? So she's bad. Oh god.
Welcome to Bonton Saga Detective.
No, we gotta do this with the one who doesn't want people dead. Okay. Why was that Amber's voice? Yes. What the fuck did I make? Oh! This is what it was that they were asking me to... Wayward, I can catch a fox for you. I don't want to use it on a small animal. I don't want to. I forgot the shortcut to the inventory. Let me release it, goddammit. Let me release the fox, goddammit. Hey, Sush. Hi, boy. Sushi's on the bed. I'm gonna level up to 45. Just by me being a fucking idiot and not wanting to do things. No, let me release the fox! No! Let me release it! God damn it! I can't go in the teapot! Why did she do those? I do like that detailed. I do like that detailed footsteps. Hello, Sush. I need to set up a sushi cam one day.
Please speak to President Song. I'm just a helper.
Hey, yo, I did your shit. Yada 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 yada. Don't care.
Please speak to President Song. I'm just a
Yes, Sushi can. He's on a pillow.
Welcome to Bonton Sangha Detective Agency. What will
I'll
have
do it. I'll do it another day because I'm too lazy to move my camera. I was about to say, can I just do some fuckery? Sushi's moving. I'm not making my own. I know the name of Resistance is where she comes into play, but I have to defeat the Raiden fucking Shogun. It's the Raiden Shogun, which I fucking refuse to do. I just realized why did I sound like her for a sec? No, what is my goal? So fucking now complete the statue with a fucking 7. Also, I kind of want to bully that flower, I'm not gonna lie. I know I will lose, but I want to bully the flower. Oh, I was about to be like, this is the fish ideal animation, I'm letting it play. That domain I've already done before. Did I just get stuck in a rock? Hello.
Right now, right here. Emerge. Access denied.
You're fucking telling me. I'm amazed by them. Is that teleporter on top? Huh. How am I just now learning this? When the fuck did I complete this? I'm not gonna question. I love how you can definitely tell I do not explore.
Next on the agenda.
Hello.
Uphill battle. Allow me. A brash maneuver.
How much fucking healing did she get to herself? Goddamn. What do you want? Fuck off. I know they want me to look at all the voice lines. I don't fucking... Why did I summon? Ah, it's you fucks.
Right now, emerge. Right here. Come on out. Right now.
Fucking love her. See, I didn't think Mika was gonna be an overpowered character. I fucking did this shit with her. Oh, I see fun things over there, but that's not what I want. I want the other things. That's...
Don't tell me that's everything.
Sadly, it is. That's me this age. I'm not fucking with that. You don't see me. Son of a bitch.
Illusion shattered. Emerge. Right here.
Shit. 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 Okay. So the Raiden Shogun and Miko fucking work well together. I have to be careful. I'm pretty sure it's 11 fucking 11. I need to go to sleep. Time to do some weird things. Doo-da, doo-da. I'm here just looking for a fucking thing so I can avenge the statue. Whoa. I'm just looking for some amino bullshittery. That's all I request. There's some slimes over there. Nope. we walk in the other way. We walk in the other way. That scared the shit out of me. Where? Good ma'am, no. I was about to say, this rock is like very conveniently placed here. There's a lot of seal. Can I imagine there's like too many of those things? Huh. I genuinely thought there would be one here. Huh. Weird. Sushi's knocked the fuck out. Sushi's sleeping.
Respect must be given to the will of every creature. Each fish in the ocean swims in its own direction.
Yeah, don't tell her about Glee. You know, the one that likes to drop bombs and fucking explode fish? Yeah, her.
I can do this. I know I can. Let's move out.
There's gonna be a day I'm gonna switch the voice lines to Japanese just so that I can hear the voices. Because I have not done this yet. No. Just a casual. Nah, I gotta do this with the... Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, fuck it, I'm doing it with Ganyu then. Oh, I should have thrown off Yay Miko. I like how none of them are from Mondstadt. Game, let me sit on his fucking hands, please. Thank you. There we go. That's all I want to do. Sorry. I'm surprised there's not one on top of him. We going on a trip to find the bullshit things that make me mad. Going through the town. The Church of Livonia. Bye bye, swoosh. Love how I can tell my cat has jumped off my bed just because of how heavy he is. Huh, it is mint. Right? Yeah. Damn, I'm so used to playing as short ones.
Billowing surge!
Shine down.
Fuck, okay. Damn. Shit.
There is no escape.
I saw that and I'm okay with it.
Dear me. Right now. Right here.
Let's just go absolutely fucking haywire.
No touching.
Damn. Shit.
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now and then.
Adventure stuff, yada yada yada. Is that an apple? Oh, where'd it go? I wanted to shoot the boar. Damn. Time to see what's around here, cause I don't really explore. Hey! Oh!
We're way behind schedule. Born of ice and frost.
Emerge.
Right here.
Back on why I love Yamiko, she does the fucking most damage. So we have 6, 4, 4, and 4. I see it.
What a nuisance.
It really is.
Emerge. Right now. Right here. Access denied.
Shine down.
Rest and rebuild.
Emerge.
Detached from the world.
Did not mean for that to happen.
Hold the line.
Transcend all constraints. There is no escape.
Okay. Oh shit. I sometimes forget I don't have Newell.
We're way behind schedule.
Right here.
Damn. Shit. That's like, what, the second time this stream I've accidentally killed the Raiden Shogun? I'm gonna go to bed. Good night. Good night, what? That was very late. Where the fuck are the rest of these?
Let's move out.
We going. Alright, it's almost 11:30. I probably need to end soon. Oh, this is literally just another place in. I don't think there would be any near Storm Terror. And I honestly don't think there's any in Dragon Spine because they have their own thing.
The snow. Have you ever seen...
Fuck. Did not mean to do that. I almost plunged. Once again, completely forgetting that I'm not Shao. Also, this is a dragon's heart, right? Like, I'm not insane. Get Albedo on the line.
Shine down.
Allow me!
Erase all threats. There is no escape.
This is straight up bullying.
Shine down.
Rest and rebuild!
Nah.
Right now. Emerge. Right here.
Born of ice and frost.
There is no escape.
Finally, some quiet.
Get in the heart. Man? Oh, fuck off. What does this give me? Oh shit. Hold up. I'm gonna do that to me really quick. Aw, we're already in a not so fun area.
Illusion shattered.
There is no escape.
I should have had a pyro.
Torn to oblivion.
Steady as stone. Hold the line.
Okay, yeah. Character strength, weapon. So everything else is fine. It's just I was a dumbass who didn't have pyro. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna do that later. Because I do want that.
Have you ever seen such beauty?
Yeah, because again, that gave... It's possible rewards. Gambler. Defender would work well, and then hydro damage would work well. What are other domains around? What artifact? What are you? Pale Flame. Martial arts. Do I need one of these? Talent level up. Weapon ascensions, artifacts. Ooh, shit, I need that. Oh, they're both the same, just one of them was a 5-star. Cool. Talent up, artifacts. Bloodstain. Ooh, shit. Alright. Alright, who's live? Who can I go be a menace to? Let me exit out of that tab so I'm not confused. Let's do weather. I'm not doing a lot of like, because a lot of people usually are online, but just not today. But I know Thursday I'm gonna break my schedule and stream, which is gonna be interesting because I don't stream Thursdays, but I really don't give a shit. But yeah, I'm tired. I'm gonna go to sleep. No, I'm not. I'm gonna be on my phone for a little bit. Alright. Bye-bye. Fucking can't believe I got both of them.